Good morning, everyone, and thank you for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and I will be your host for the next few hours as we cover the latest news from around the country. Here at News Now, we bring you the latest non-stop, unfiltered, and unedited news. So stay with us, and thank you all so much for waking up with us this morning. Now, going straight into the latest coronavirus news, lawmakers pledge that more help is on the way for Americans who are impacted by the coronavirus. Here's the latest news from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
Miracle, and that's what people are saying.
President Trump hosted a summit at the White House on the coronavirus vaccine, nearly ready for approval and distribution. But across town on Capitol Hill, there was far less celebration. Lawmakers cannot agree on a COVID relief bill, which would include vaccination program funding. There is a $908 billion bill, which has gotten some bipartisan support. Still, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is not yet in agreement. Still, he is willing to put his red line, liability protections, on hold for now if Democrats also put aside state and local funding.
We know the new administration is going to be asking for another package. We'll be back at this after the first of the year.
Shame on Ms. McConnell. Leadership can't wait right now on this $908 billion package.
Tuesday evening, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said he offered Speaker Nancy Pelosi a slightly higher package totaling $916 billion. It would include state and local funding as well as robust liability protections. Both, he says, have gotten sign-off by the White House. President Trump and President-elect Joe Biden say they need Congress to work now and pass a bill before the holidays to ensure there is funding for such a massive vaccination program.
This will be one of the hardest and most costly operational challenges in our nation's history. We're going to need Congress to fully fund vaccine distribution to all corners of the country.
On Wednesday, the House will vote to give themselves one extra week to pass a spending budget and avoid a government shutdown. The hope is to wrap all the bills together before Christmas. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
A significant number of commanders at the Army's Fort Hood in Texas are out of jobs and many others are suspended. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jennifer Griffin.
Gravely disappointed that leaders failed to effectively create a climate that treated all soldiers with dignity and respect.
The scale of the punishment is unprecedented. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy announced he is relieving or suspending more than a dozen commanders at the Army's largest base in Texas for creating a command climate at Fort Hood that enabled sexual assault, murder, and suicides among its soldiers.
In total, 14 leaders have been relieved or suspended from their positions.
Among those relieved, a two-star general who serves as base commander, Major General Scott Eflin, and much of his chain of command. The drastic measures were taken following a months-long independent review after the mishandling of the disappearance and murder of 20-year-old Private First Class Vanessa Guillen. The young soldier was sexually harassed, then brutally murdered and dismembered by a fellow soldier who took his life in July when police closed in.
She was supposed to be safe.
Initially, Guillen's family and advocates for the Latino community could not get answers from the Army's senior leaders.
My daughter died in service of the country from the hand of people who are in the military.
The case drew national attention, and President Trump invited the family to the White House.
We didn't want to have this swept under the rug.
The Army's senior leaders visited Fort Hood following Guillen's murder and say they found a toxic climate.
Positive drug tests were the highest in the Army.
25 soldiers died by suicide, homicide, or accident this year, another 32 last year.
More than 200 soldiers have gone missing at Fort Hood Army Base since 2016, and yet the U.S. Army does not ask themselves, why is this happening?
The final punishments for the Army commanders removed today will be made by military judges. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and this is News Now from Fox, nonstop, unfiltered news from around the country. Now, as officials prepare to distribute an approved vaccine, many Americans say that they are hesitant as to whether they will actually take the first round of vaccinations. Here's the latest.
General Ken Paxton is suing the states of Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
It's a new era in modern medicine. COVID-19 vaccines developed in record speed. In the same year, an unforgiving pandemic pummeled the United States.
This has been a slam dunk success.
Dr. Peter Hotez is a vaccine developer with Baylor College of Medicine and has followed the progress in detail. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine touts an efficacy rate of 95%. Moderna's vaccine, 94.1%.
Just to give you a sense of what that means, our very best vaccine of any vaccine is the measles vaccine, and 2 doses gives you 97%.
These COVID vaccines are unlike a traditional vaccine, where a weakened version of a virus is administered to patients.
This does something a little bit different. It actually asks the human body to make the protein or the virus component ourselves by delivering messenger RNA into part of the cell, and that manufactures the protein to induce the immune response.
Ribonucleic acid or RNA vaccines have been tested for years, but this would be the first time an RNA vaccine would be approved for mass use on humans. Still, concerns exist in homes and offices across the country. More than half of the firefighters in New York City said in an internal survey they would not take the vaccine.
Everybody that's a parent should look into the information.
Idaho mother of 2 Natasha Anderson tells Fox News she's worried about the speed of the trials.
I am not anti-vaccine. I am informed consent. Their science is revolutionary, but I don't know if I want to be a guinea pig in this revolutionary different thing.
But 66-year-old Linda Lamberth was happy to be a guinea pig.
I was really excited to get the email that I could be a part of this study.
She took part in the Moderna vaccine trial at Baylor University. A month after her first shot, she received a second dose, followed by mild muscle aches and a low-grade fever.
I encourage everybody to get the vaccine. It certainly would help us get back to normal.
Experts believe having low confidence in the vaccines will delay the ultimate goal of herd immunity. As for the long-term side effects, the short answer, scientists don't know, though they insist these vaccines are safe because of months of clinical trials. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Now, President Trump said on Tuesday during the vaccine summit at the White House that Operation Warp Speed and his administration's public-private partnership, which was created over the summer to create a, quote, breakneck speed vaccine, will be official just days away. Now, the FDA is set to meet Thursday regarding Pfizer and BioNTech's application for emergency authorization use of their coronavirus vaccine. Now, this is just 3 weeks after the companies filed for it. The FDA also plans to meet on December 17th to discuss Moderna's vaccine. For now, we want to bring you all President Trump's latest Operation Warp Speed briefing. Some of our audience will see a quick commercial break. For the rest, we will dive right into this full hearing, unfiltered and unedited, right here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you very much. Please. How are you, Admiral? Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. I'm honored to welcome doctors, scientists, industry executives, and state and local leaders to our historic Operation Warp Speed Vaccine Summit. It's been some journey for all of us. It's been an incredible success. We're grateful to be joined by Vice President Mike Pence, who has done an absolutely incredible job on the coronavirus task force. Mike, thank you. Stand up, Mike. Great job. We're here to discuss a monumental national achievement. From the instant the coronavirus invaded our shores, we raced into action to develop a safe and effective vaccine at breakneck speed. It would normally take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, or even more. In order to achieve this goal, we harness the full power of government, the genius of American scientists, and the might of American industry to save millions and millions of lives all over the world. We're just days away from authorization from the FDA, and we're pushing them hard, at which point we will immediately begin mass distribution. Before Operation Warp Speed, the typical time frame for development and approval, as you know, could be infinity. And we were very, very happy that we were able to get things done at a level that nobody has ever seen before. The gold standard vaccine has been done in less than 9 months. On behalf of the entire nation, I want to thank everyone here today who has been involved in this extraordinary American initiative. I also want to recognize members of my administration who have worked tirelessly in this effort. Alex Azar, please, Alex. Where's Alex? Thank you, Alex. Great job. Monsef Slawi, where are you, Monsef? Thank you very much. Great job. A man who's now going to be very important, General Gus Perna. I have no doubt about it, right? Logistics. Jared Kushner's worked so hard. Where's Jared? Jared, wherever you may be. Thank you, Jared. Dr. Deborah Birx. Deborah? Thank you very much, Deborah. Admiral Brett Guar. Where is Brett? Great job you've been doing, Brett. Surgeon General Jerome Adams. Jerome, thank you very much. Terrific. Dr. Robert Redfield. Robert, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Administrator Seema Verma. Seema, thank you. Dr. Peter Marks. Peter? Yes, Peter. Thank you. Paul Mango, Adam Bowler, and Brad Smith. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you all very much. Incredible job. And many others also. Many, many others. We're also grateful to be joined by Governors Greg Abbott. Where's Greg? Bill Lee. Bill? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Ron DeSantis. Ron. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job, Ron. And John Bell Edwards. John Bell. Thank you. Thank you, John Bell. Thank you very much. As well as Senator John Barrasso, who's a fantastic doctor also, by the way, I have to say. When I need info on that subject, I call up John. Thank you, John, very much. Senator Steve Daines, congratulations on a great win. Great win. That was easier than you thought, it turned out, right? It was a little easier than you thought. Great going. We're proud of you. Congressman Greg Walden. Greg, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Congressman Brad Wenstrup. Thank you, Brad. Great job. And many, many others. My administration provided a total of $14 billion to accelerate vaccine development and to manufacture all of the top candidates in advance, long in advance. As a result of this unprecedented investment, we are exceedingly proud that both Pfizer and Moderna have announced that their vaccines are approximately 95% effective, which is a number that nobody expected to be able to get to, far exceeding anything that really that anybody thought. We went out and we said, what do you think a maximum would be? And I think, doctors, we all came up to the conclusion that something like that would be really incredible. We have other candidates looking right now. We have some big ones that we're going to be announcing very soon. We have some companies, great companies out there you all know about, Johnson & Johnson and others, and they're all coming in, and they're coming in very quickly. We expect to have some news on that very shortly. And we have worked very well with the companies, but if for any reason we have any problems, we will be instituting the Defense Production Act, and we will make sure that we don't have any problems for very long. We've instituted it before. 2 additional companies, AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson. As you know, the Johnson & Johnson's a one-dose, one-shot vaccine, so we're going to see how that works. That would be very helpful if that all came out, and I think it probably will. Also, they're showing tremendous promise, all of them, tremendous promise. We're very hopeful that the FDA will authorize the Pfizer vaccine within days. We've got to get it moving. And Moderna vaccine almost immediately thereafter. Large numbers of tests and samples have been done, so hopefully that'll go very quickly. If authorized, tens of millions of vaccine doses will be available this month, and we'll get it distributed very quickly. We have that all set, and hundreds of millions more will quickly follow. Every American who wants the vaccine will be able to get the vaccine, and we think by spring we're going to be in a position that nobody would have believed possible just a few months ago. You know, amazing, really amazing. They say it's somewhat of a miracle, and I think that's true. The plan we put forward prioritizes the elderly and patients with underlying conditions, as well as healthcare workers and first responders. The ultimate decision rests with the governors of the various states, and I hope the governors make wise decisions who will decide where the vaccines will go in their state and who will get them first. We urge the governors to put America's seniors first, and also I think those who work with seniors, which obviously you're going to have to do that. I think they have to go together. And doctors, nurses, first responders, etc. This will quickly and dramatically reduce deaths and hospitalizations, and within a short period of time, I think we want to get back to normal. It's a very standard phrase. We want to just get back to normal, get back to where we were a little more than 9 months ago. We're doing incredibly. And in many respects, we're still doing incredibly with our stock markets and everything else, which are hitting all new highs. We've already finalized a partnership with Walgreens and CVS, whose executives join us today. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. And they will deliver vaccines directly to nursing homes as soon as the states request that they do so. Later today, General Gus Perna will outline the detailed plan to rapidly distribute the vaccine to every state, territory, and tribe. States have designated over 50,000 sites that will receive the vaccine. We've worked very closely with the states. Actually, we've had very good relationships with the governors. I almost think all of the governors, at least in those conference calls that are somewhat secret, other than sometimes on occasion, Mike, the press will break in, which is fine too. It's amazing how you leave those rooms and about 10 seconds later, there wasn't even time for a leak. They were on the call, but that's all right. So you assume that. You always assume that. But they'll be going through pharmacies, hospitals, healthcare providers. Through our partnership with FedEx, UPS, and McKesson, we'll ship doses from warehouses directly to the designated sites. And we're thrilled to be joined by representatives of those really great American companies. Those companies have worked with us, and they've been incredible to work with, and I want to thank you all for being here. Please, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. As I've stated all along, and I guess as you saw pretty vividly, I heard about what they were going to show prior to my coming. You saw that very few people thought that this was possible. Of course, they'll be saying now, we always told you it was so, but we have them saying a little bit different, but it has been incredible, and it will end the pandemic. It will.
For some of our viewers, News Now from Fox will return right after this break.
Looking at your screen today, we're working very closely with other nations also to get the vaccines out to other nations, and that's very important. We work with the world. We're working with the world. We have great companies, and we're working with the world. In just a few minutes, I'll sign an executive order to ensure that the United States government prioritizes the getting out of the vaccine to American citizens before sending it to other nations. Now, if necessary, I told you we'll invoke the Defense Production Act, but we don't think it will be necessary. If it is, it's a very powerful act, as you know, because we've used it very, very successfully. While we begin to swiftly deploy the vaccine, we'll continue to expand the availability of groundbreaking therapies. Since April, advances in treatments have already helped reduce the mortality rate by 85%. Think of that, 85%. It's an incredible number. I've delivered on my solemn promise to make the antibody treatments. They're brilliant. They're highly successful, available to every American, and we're doing that free of cost, totally free of cost. So we're making them available, and they're available now. And if somebody gets sick, it works where they go and they get treatment if that's what the doctors are prescribing. And it's been incredible, the success. And when you hear 85%, that's some number. To me, that's a number that goes along with anything else, including the vaccines, when you think about it. As well as we've done with the vaccines, when you hear 85%, people find that one hard to believe. But you look at the stats and you see what's happening, and you look at other countries. They're having tremendous difficulties in Europe, tremendous, relatively beyond what we're having. They're having them all over the world. But this will vanquish the problem, this horrible scourge, as I call it, the China virus, because that's where it came from. And the virus has really been looked at and studied all over the world, and our scientists, our industrial and economic mobilization has been like nobody else in the world could have done. And it's very important that we share that with others and other nations. I've worked and invoked the Defense Production Act over 100 times to manufacture essential supplies in the United States, despite the grim projections from the media 8 months ago where they said this was impossible. They actually said, and you saw that a little bit, but I could give you 2 hours worth of it. But they said it will never happen. You could never do it. It was a pipe dream. But we did something that nobody thought was possible, and we also did it where no American who has needed a ventilator has been denied a ventilator. When this first came out, we weren't equipped for that. Nobody was equipped for that. And we're now making ventilators, and we have all we need in this country, but we're sending them to countries all over the world. And we're making thousands and thousands of ventilators a month. The United States has also created the largest, most advanced, and most innovative testing program in the world by far. We've conducted over 200 million tests. Think of that, 200 million tests, more than all of the European Union combined. It's not even close. Just 10 months ago, none of these innovations even existed. The tremendous progress that we've made is a testament to what our nation is capable of. When America is faced with a challenge, we come through, and we always come through to overcome every hardship and surmount every obstacle. And I think you'll be seeing that over the next few months. The numbers should skyrocket downward. We are the most exceptional nation in the history of the world. Today we're on the verge of another American medical miracle. And that's what people are saying. People that aren't necessarily big fans of Donald Trump are saying, whether you like him or not, this is one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern day medicine or any other medicine, any other age of medicine. American companies were the first to produce a verifiably safe and effective vaccine. Together we will defeat the virus, and we will soon end the pandemic, and we will save millions and millions of lives, both in our country and all over the world, and we've already started. Thank you again to every person here today, and for the incredible achievements that you've done. You're going to be very proud of this day, and you're going to be very proud of this period of time, because nobody thought this was possible. Nobody thought it was even remotely possible to do what we've done in a period of less than 9 months, something that just not even thinkable. And we took a lot of heat when we said this is our goal, and we frankly weren't even quite using the numbers that we used. We far exceeded what we thought. If we would have said sometime next year, I think most people would have said that would be great, that would be a miracle. But we did it long before sometime next year. So now I want to ask several leaders who have been crucial in this effort to join me on stage as I sign the executive order to ensure that American citizens have first priority to receive American vaccines, and then we're going to be working with other countries all over the world, and I think we'll be able to start doing that almost immediately also, because we have millions of doses coming in. So thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you. Stay right there. let's see here. I guess we have to do our vice president. Right? Spread that around. Spread the wealth. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Any questions, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Any questions, please? Question? Yes, please.
Clearly a success, this vaccine. I'm wondering, what your message is for the American people, given all the increasing cases right now, about what they should do over Christmas and the hardship that they're all facing as this virus does get worse.
Yeah, well, CDC puts out their guidelines, and they're very important guidelines. But I think that the vaccine was our goal. That was number one, because that was the way it ends. Plus, you do have an immunity. You develop immunity over a period of time. And I hear we're close to 15%. I'm hearing that, and that is terrific. That's a very powerful vaccine in itself. And just tremendous progress has been made. One of the reasons we do show so many, and I say this and I've been saying it for a long time, so many cases is because of the fact that we have 200 million tests. And you take, I think India is actually in second place with just a fraction of that number. So we're many times greater than the second country. And India has 1.4 billion people, where our testing program has been incredible. And we actually are also coming out with new tests very shortly that will make the process even easier. And you won't need doctors necessarily to do the tests. So we have some incredible tests coming out in a very short period of time. Yeah, please.
Some of these scientific officials here in this room have encouraged Americans not to travel this holiday season, not to go to large gatherings. Across the street, you've been holding holiday parties with hundreds of people, many not wearing masks. Why are you modeling a different behavior to the American people than what your scientists tell?
Well, they're Christmas parties, and frankly, we've reduced the number very substantially, as you know. And I see a lot of people at the parties wearing masks. I mean, I would say that I look out at the audience at those parties, and we have a lot of people wearing masks, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah, please, over here, go ahead.
The next administration will be the one ultimately that implements a lot of the distribution of this vaccine and will oversee much of the future of the way Operation Warp Speed goes forward. Why not include members of the Biden transition team as part of this summit that you're hosting today?
Well, we're going to have to see who the next administration is, because we won in those swing states, and there was terrible things that went on. So we're going to have to see who the next administration is. But whichever the next administration is, will really benefit by what.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our audience, we will continue to listen into this unfiltered feed.
Incredible for the next administration, and hopefully the next administration will be the Trump administration, because you can't steal hundreds of thousands of votes. You can't have fraud and deception and all of the things that they did, and then slightly win a swing state. And you just have to look at the numbers, look at what's been on tape, look at all the corruption, and we'll see. You can't win an election like that. So hopefully the next administration will be the Trump administration, a continuation, which has led us to the highest stock markets we've ever had, the best employment numbers we've ever had, a rebuilt military. If you look at the tax reductions are the greatest in history. The regulation reductions, the greatest in history. It leads us to Space Force, which nobody thought was possible. All of the things we've done, and we were rewarded with a victory. Now let's see whether or not somebody has the courage, whether it's a legislator or legislatures, or whether it's a justice of the Supreme Court or a number of justices of the Supreme Court. Let's see if they have the courage to do what everybody in this country knows is right. I received almost 75 million votes, the highest number of votes in the history of our country for a sitting president, 12 million more than the 63 million we received 4 years ago. President Obama received 3 million less in his second term, and he won easily. I received 12 million more, which, by the way, is a record, 12 million more. And they say that when the numbers came out, and the numbers came through machines, and all of those ballots were taken away and added. All you have to do is turn on your local television set, and you'll see what happened with thousands of ballots coming out from under tables, with all of the terrible things you saw. All you have to do is take a look, and if somebody has the courage, I know who the next administration will be. And I'll tell you what, life will be much easier for this country because of what we've done right now. And because of a lot of the people in this room, the job you've done on the vaccine, together with a lot of others, has been a modern-day miracle. And it's really been acknowledged as such. And I want to thank you. I want to give you my love, and I want to give you my thanks, because you're very special people. And now, good luck. You distribute that, General, and really set records, okay? Set records just like we've been doing for 4 years. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Now be sure to stay with us throughout the morning, guys, because at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to bring you the Bloomberg American Health Summits live right here on News Now. Now, as the Biden administration prepares to take on a range of significant health challenges, the Bloomberg American Health Summit will bring together national innovators and experts, along with Mike Bloomberg, to discuss how to repair and transform the nation's public health system. Now, we are expected to see Dr. Anthony Fauci, President-elect Joe Biden, and other national leaders at this summit as they plan to talk about the year ahead and how they plan to address challenges that face the public health system as vaccines become available. So some of our audience will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our viewers, let's check in with our sister station WTVT for the latest on President-elect Biden's transitional cabinet picks.
Virus task force is flagging COVID-19 hotspots across the state of Florida. Let's see where those are now. Fox 13's Craig Patrick has that federal report and joins us now to show us what that report is showing in the region. Craig?
Well, hi there, Chris. In terms of hotspots, generally speaking, they're everywhere, really, but really concentrated in the outer suburbs and in rural areas. That holds for our region and across much of the state. But that said, the White House Coronavirus Task Force is still sounding alarms for the entire state of Florida and warning that the situation will get worse in the coming days and weeks, and urging more people to wear facial coverings and to keep their distance.
What we have now is a challenge ahead of us of the bleak months of December and January.
The White House Coronavirus Task Force warned Florida the virus was regaining strength in October. The October 11th report flagged early warning signs of a resurgence and stated testing must increase statewide. But the November 15th report shows the rate of PCR testing went down as we saw increasing community spread. In the mid-November data, the orange line shows how positivity rates went up while testing did not increase as the task force urged. The report for the end of November shows testing did go up after that, but so have cases per capita and positivity rates. The White House Coronavirus Task Force places 7 communities in Florida in the red zone, meaning high levels of community spread. In our region, that includes Homosassa Springs, Sebring, Avon Park, and Arcadia. It lists 14 counties in the red zone, 4 of them in our area. That's Citrus, Hernando, Highlands, and DeSoto counties. The White House task force listed Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, Lakeland, and Sarasota, Bradenton as yellow zones, meaning elevated transmission, but not among the highest in the state and the nation. And that generally follows a pattern we're seeing across the state and across the nation. Relative to population, the virus appears to be spreading more in the exurbs of major cities, or around 30 to 50 miles from the city centers. The White House task force is advising Florida to continue increasing the volume of testing. It recommends mandatory weekly testing at universities this winter. And it states people 65 and older with serious health conditions should not enter any indoor public space where anyone is not wearing a mask. It also states they should have their groceries and medicine delivered to their homes. And in terms of the trends in the White House Coronavirus Task Force report for the state of Florida, keep in mind that's through the end of November. There is naturally a lag in reporting data and a lag in being able to see it in many cases. And because of that, based on the trajectory Dr. Fauci and our other nation's experts say that we are on, it is highly likely that the situation in cases relative to population have escalated since those numbers that we now have access to. Chris?
Yeah, because that would not include the post-Thanksgiving travel. That November report wouldn't. So, and we've certainly seen longer lines, it seems, at local testing centers in the last week or so. So, Craig, in recent weeks, we've seen some states and regions of the country really have higher caseloads and putting in strict measures to try and keep the virus from spreading. How does Florida compare to the rest of the country right now?
Well, we have problems in Florida, and flags are being thrown by the federal government, but we're doing comparatively better than most of the nation. Specifically, we rank in terms of positivity rates on average 33 out of 50. In terms of cases per capita or relative to the number of people we have, we were 37th. We've moved up to 36. One being having the highest rate of community spread. That said, in Florida, we're seeing the highest concentrations by far in southeast Florida. That's where you're having around 40% of the new cases. But the epicenter across the nation continues to be the upper Midwest.
All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on what the White House task force is seeing in terms of the virus in Florida. Thank you, Craig.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We're taking a live picture at the White House. Now, the White House is pushing for a new round of stimulus checks for Americans. It comes as Congress is trying to push through a new coronavirus relief deal, and the FDA is on the verge of approving the first COVID-19 vaccine. Fox News correspondent Doug Lizader has the latest developments from Washington this morning.
The White House is upping the ante on a new relief package, proposing $600 checks for most Americans, but on Capitol Hill, we still do not have a deal. If the White House has its way, the federal government could soon be churning out cash for COVID. Most Americans would get $600 checks, according to a proposal that Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin made to Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, despite persistent snags in relief talks on Capitol Hill.
The bottom line is many of us on our side of the aisle, myself included, are for direct payments, but they should be added to the Gang of Eight proposal, not substituted for something else.
But Democrats and Republicans are already at odds over what else to include. Republicans want liability protections for businesses. Democrats want bailouts for state and local governments.
What I recommend is we set aside liability and set aside state and local and pass those things that we can agree on.
And in the meantime, we may be just a day away from the FDA signing off on the Pfizer vaccine, a potential milestone that President Trump celebrated yesterday at the White House. Joe Biden promised effective vaccine distribution when he takes over next year, pledging 100 million shots in the first 100 days of his administration.
And in 100 days, we can change the course of the disease and change life in America for the better.
And Biden also said he would make it a priority to get kids back in classrooms. In Washington, Doug Lizader, Fox News.
The state of California is amping up restrictions for what they are calling high-risk counties. New lockdowns, more restrictions, and a new safer at home order, the most restrictive order that's been issued since March. Fox News correspondent Alex Savage spoke with a medical expert on is it all worth it and what Californians can expect.
Hi, everyone. It's Alex Savage from KTVU, Fox 2 News in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we are facing a dire situation right now. Here in California, cases of coronavirus are exploding, and today, new restrictions, a stay-at-home order now in effect for much of the state. Joining us now to talk more about it, Dr. Vanila Singh, clinical professor at Stanford School of Medicine and the former chief medical officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. Dr. Singh, good to have you.
Hey, great to be on again. Thank you, Alex.
All right, always appreciate your perspective here. I mean, we're kind of, in some ways, with the way the cases are trending in California and these new restrictions, essentially a lot of indoor, outdoor businesses, non-essential businesses are not allowed to open, and capacity limited at other businesses here. We're sort of back to kind of where we were at the beginning of the pandemic. What do you think about these new restrictions being put in place? Is this the right move?
Well, so first of all, it is tough to hear about the surge in numbers. Of course, that creates a lot of concern amongst people. And of course, the effect of stay-at-home orders on top of the curfew, which had gone into effect ending at 10, has really made people very anxious and I think also very frustrated, understandably so. We know and expected the winter, colder months to have a surge. That's consistent with other cold viruses and the influenza virus, for example. So we expect there's going to
News Now from Fox returns right after this quick commercial break.
Those diseases and others due to cold weather months, and then add on COVID, and you find yourself in seeing these high surges in hospitalizations, as well as in ICU beds, and that capacity that does have people concerned. Is it the right thing? I think the challenge in all of this is the mixed messages that people are seeing, and perhaps some of the inconsistencies. For example, outdoor dining is now being restricted after months of having a good success in that realm, but indoor retail stores are still open, and thankful for that, actually. But that really makes a portion of our population feel very disaffected by this and perhaps even targeted. So I think that's been challenging. And then also some of our leaders have been at some of those restaurants defying the very orders that they've put in play. And that makes people also feel discouraged. So really, I think what the doctor's ordering now is to take this seriously, but to have a consistent, logical message that makes people feel like when they do sacrifice, that those sacrifices are actually going to efforts to help the COVID epidemic, rather than be arbitrary in nature.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we're in a much different place with this disease than we were back in March. And it does seem like we could have a more nuanced approach in terms of stay-at-home restrictions here. And a lot of people do look at it and say, well, outdoor dining seems to be a lower risk activity, obviously poses less risk than indoor dining. Playgrounds, seems like we could make those work in some way as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You brought up a great point there about the nuanced need. I agree with that because, again, we're much more knowledgeable about the coronavirus, which was completely novel back in February, March, April, May, when we were seeing these numbers. And also, we know that other areas are safer. We have schools that have reopened, thankfully, and will stay reopened. But as you mentioned, the playgrounds are now off limits. That's what is confusing to people, and I think that's what leads to the frustration that we're seeing in people across the state. And these are people who are, I think many of them are people who are on board with trying to fight this as a community, as individuals, and as a society. But on the other hand, it has to make logical sense. And, so this is something that hurts the families, hurts our abilities to get out of the house. We know that that has its own medical implications with mental health and also just the fresh outdoors rather than being cooped inside. So these are things that we have to look at. We cannot do it on a blanket statement. I've heard that state swim schools are also made a deal to stay open, which again, I think that's great, but it does lead frustration to other folks who are not able to get their kids into other activities like sports, which does play a big role in helping kids in their time of formative development, physically and mentally. So we need to be nuanced and balanced. I agree with you 100%.
All right, so I mean, I understand. Beg your pardon. I understand the frustration where you're a restaurant owner and you have now been told to shut down your outdoor operations. And you've obviously set up one of these outdoor situations, and then across the street you have a store where people are allowed to go inside and shop at one of these stores, albeit it's with limited capacity. But are those two scenarios, the person inside the store, it seems like that's a different scenario. That person is keeping their mask on the entire time. You could make the argument that the reason that dining just in general poses an inherent risk is because it involves taking off your mask to eat or drink.
Yeah, so absolutely. You can go by both two different factors here. One is indoor versus outdoor. So the outdoor, the dining has that advantage. And it's not an either or, it's just showing you compare. But of course, indoor retail, people have to have their masks on. What is more protective at this given time in the season with this given virus, which may have some genetic drift? It's going to be interesting to see the factors at play. We're not certain. And when you look at other states around the nation, some states still have indoor dining in the colder months, which are colder than even California. So it is something that I think when people are feeling the impact on their livelihood, they have a sense of this. I can also say that our hospitalizations have surged about 72% across the state, but 14% of those account for COVID, meaning the other remaining, 50-60% are due to non-COVID related hospitalizations. Again, it's this time of year that does pose a test on capacity. And I do understand that there are going to be backup plans, which I hope we are absolutely working on. And I mentioned before that we need to work on things like another naval hospital ship in California that provides additional capacity as needed, maybe 2 smaller ones, for example, if that's even feasible, as well as alerting warm teams that I understand that the state is working on, teams that can be up and standing in 24 to 48 hours to help with ICUs that may get overflowed, and the California Public Health Corps, which it's about 900 people strong. I also will point to other measures like the contract tracing that is being offered right now by both Google and Apple. It's not mandatory, which I think is a good thing, but it is something that can allow people an alert if in fact they're able to find if somebody had tested positive for COVID and they were within 6 feet of that person for 15 minutes. I like these kinds of things that allow for people who really are concerned, maybe they're elderly, they're vulnerable, and they want to be safer. Those are, I think, good means to help us identify those folks who need to get tested or just let their doctor know.
Yeah. So, I mean, just to, sort of drill down on the point about the hospital situation, I mean, it's all tied, these new restrictions, they're all tied. It's all tied to the available ICU capacity here. And in some spots, it's down to just 10%. In the Southern California region, the San Joaquin Valley, it's down to just 6.3%. Explain one more time for everyone why that is being used as the threshold here, the trigger for new restrictions. Why are numbers like that so concerning to state health officials?
Absolutely. If we all think back to our original lockdown, shutdown measures that took effect in various places around the nation back in the spring, late spring, it was to flatten the curve. And flatten the curve was all about ensuring that our medical system was not going to get overburdened, that if in fact the virus was spreading rapidly and our beds in the hospitals and the ICUs were being overrun, we were concerned about a moment where we may be overwhelmed and not able to take care of people in the manner in which could help people get through those tough times. Now, this is really just another version of that. It is flattening that curve that's gone up in terms of ICU beds being utilized. And so logically that makes sense, especially because at this time of year, we know other seasonally viruses and infections are on the rise and are also competing with the COVID for people who are getting sick. So what I think is important is that we take action. but the action has to be commensurate with what we believe will help flatten that curve. And in many ways, we also need to ensure that the medical therapeutics that we know from so many different studies around the nation and around the world, we are looking at those to help the folks who come into the hospital, or before they ever even get there, to prevent hospitalization or to limit the duration of hospitalization. So the bed issue is also being addressed in a very scientific, direct manner, in addition to asking people for their sacrifices of economic shutdowns and limitations, which we know have a role to play. But it really has to be really all hands on deck to ensure that we're have the ability to take care of people across the board, young and old, sick or not so sick.
Do you think that the shutdowns happening here in California are going to be as effective as they were initially back in March to bend that curve in terms of cases? Or are we in a different place right now and people are worn out and it's just, it's going to go in one ear and out the other for a lot of folks?
The good news is this country, we're made up of really good-hearted people, and I think people want to help. And I know everyone is frustrated, and there is a sense, a lot of folks feel like it does start to encroach on civil liberties, economic livelihood, mental health issues. But on the other hand, I know people want to get through this. It is interesting to think back about how much did our behavior actually flatten the curve, but also was there seasonal approach. Also, remember, it was the warmer months that started to play a role. We also got better in terms of how to medically treat some of these people. We were intubating too many of those folks in New York, and now the approach for ICU and hospital care is different. And so there's a lot of different factors that are at play. We also started to have the travel restrictions, etc. Those things were from abroad and probably really helped stave off further increases back then. So the situation's different. I do hope that our capacity to continue to use the masks and wash our hands and stay socially distant and also limit our household interactions continues to play. But I do also feel very strongly that folks who need the economic livelihood get the support that they need from the agencies.
Absolutely. It's got to be, it's got to be the approach has to be twofold. If you're going to tell a business that they can't open, then on the other hand, you got to help them out in some way to make them whole. There's just, I don't know who would disagree with that. But you just have to figure out a way to do that. If you're saying this is the safest thing to do for this restaurant to not be open at all, you have to compensate them.
That's right. And I do want to remind everybody, I know it's hard to hear all this other stuff, but the positive is that we are on the heels of those companies that are asking for the emergency use authorization. And again, the manufacturing dissemination of the vaccines and the tier 1A people who are poised to get them, that has all been roadmapped. And hopefully we'll be able to get that. So that starts to help change the surge that we see so that key people, essential workers, healthcare workers, nursing home residents, etc., get it. So we start to address what we're really concerned about, which is protecting the vulnerable, protecting those who are at higher risk of getting it. And then we move to the tiers and the broader public use. I think that's really important to keep in mind, because anytime we have this discussion, we've got to have all the efforts that are going on so that people don't lose hope and stay part of this.
All right, final word here, Dr. Singh, on coming into the heart of the holiday season, and I know you've heard we have these new restrictions here in California that are in place, and obviously the situation is very serious with the cases, and we've heard the warnings from public health officials to really everybody has to just be extra cautious here over the next few weeks. What is your message to folks here around the holidays, and everyone's going to be tempted to maybe go spend some time with family or travel or do stuff like that? What's your message?
My message is to take heed, be informed, use your common sense and individual understanding. If you're at all confused, reach out to your doctor about what you should do. If you have a family member who's more vulnerable, I would suggest they should be protected. Maybe, unfortunately, they don't join the household in their celebrations or remain separate, which is so hard to say because the holidays represent so much. I would also suggest people to call up loved ones and friends and watch out for people who are at risk for social isolation, for those who are at risk for increased depression and suicide at this holiday season. I'm very concerned about people out there who are alone. And I would say that if you want to feel empowered and feel good about yourself this holiday season, make it a point to reach out to friends and family who may need your help. And you can certainly make them feel like they're part of things by such outreach. And remember to be calm and carry forward.
Good, solid message. And yeah, it's going to be a tough holiday season. And just no other way to slice it. I mean, it's going to be hard, no matter how it plays out. But there you go. We can be with each other even if we are not with each other. There's ways to make it happen. Dr. Singh, thank you. We'll be talking before the heart of the holiday season, but I appreciate it. That's a very important message to get out there to everyone. We'll leave it right there. Always appreciate your time. Dr. Vanila Singh, clinical professor at Stanford School of Medicine and former chief medical officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. Always appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Alex.
Sure.
Breaking news coming out of the UK. The UK is investigating possible allergic reactions when it comes to the coronavirus vaccine. We're actually going to bring you all a live, unfiltered look at the UK Parliament as they are having an open discussion right here, right now on NewsNOW from Fox.
Woodley. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. I visited yesterday Guy's and St Thomas Hospital to see the first clinically approved vaccine being given to people in London as it is now across this country. This is a fantastic moment for all of us in this House, and I know that everybody will want to join me in thanking the NHS, the Vaccine Task Force, the scientists, all the volunteers who've made this possible. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Excellent. Sir Woodley, when I was a spear carrier in the Brexit referendum, that campaign led by my right honourable friend, we assured the British people that a trade deal was entirely achievable. So can I urge my right honourable friend to make one last effort, and surely that deal is achievable because we have no intention of lowering our standards. But the EU should know this, that if consistent with national security, he cannot secure that deal for us, this parliamentary party will back him to the hilt because strength comes with unity.
Yeah. I thank my right honourable friend, and he's entirely right that a good deal is still there to be done, and I look forward to discussing it with Commissioner von der Leyen tonight. But I must tell the House that our friends in the EU are currently insisting that if they pass a new law in the future with which we in this country do not comply or don't follow suit, then they want the automatic right, Mr. Speaker, to punish us and to retaliate. And secondly, they're saying that the UK should be the only country in the world not to have sovereign control over its fishing waters. And I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that those are terms that any Prime Minister of this country should accept. But I must tell the House and reassure my right honourable friend that whether the terms on which we deliver our new trading arrangements, whether the new arrangements resemble those of Australia's with the EU or whether they're like those of Canada with the EU, I have absolutely no doubt that from January the 1st, this country is going to prosper mightily, Mr. Speaker.
Let us go over to the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I join with the Prime Minister in his comments about the vaccine rollout? It was fantastic to see the first person, Margaret Keenan, receive the vaccine yesterday. It's a huge national effort, and I want to thank everybody who's been involved with it. Mr. Speaker, can I also thank you and the House authorities for enabling me to participate today, notwithstanding the fact that I'm self-isolating. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised the country, these were his words, a permanent break from talking about Brexit. Can the Prime Minister tell us, how's that going?
I'm delighted to welcome the right honourable gentleman from his vantage point of exile in Islington, and wish him all his spiritual home, and wish him all the best in his self-isolation. But I can tell him that his own silence on this matter has been sphinx-like. I think I wonder quite what it is, Mr. Speaker, that has kept him from asking this question for so long. We delivered Brexit, Mr. Speaker, on January the 31st, in case he failed to notice.
Going back to Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, it's Camden, not Islington. Camden. And the Prime Minister starts straight away by deflecting. Same old, whether it's COVID or Brexit. 12 months ago, he told the British people that he had an oven-ready deal. He didn't say he had half a deal. He didn't say the next stage will be very, very different.
For some of our audience, News Now from Fox will return right after this commercial break.
These were his words, that the chances of no deal were absolutely zero. And the now Chancellor obviously took him at his word, because the Chancellor said in the run-up to the election, we won't need to plan for no deal because we have a deal. So a year on, why should anyone who trusted the Prime Minister when he said he had a deal, including his Chancellor apparently, believe a word that he says now?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hesitate to accuse the right honourable gentleman of deliberately trying to mislead people, but let's be in no doubt that we had an oven-ready deal, which was the withdrawal agreement, by which the people voted for, as he rightly points out, by which this country left the customs union, left the single market, and delivered on our promises. And I can tell him that whatever happens, and you must know this, Mr. Speaker, that whatever happens from January the 1st, this country will be able to get on with our points-based immigration system, which we have put into law in fulfilment of our manifesto commitment. We'll be able to get on with instituting free ports, low-tax free ports in places where jobs and growth are most needed around the country. We'll be able to honour our promise to the British people and institute higher animal welfare standards, and we'll be able to do free trade deals, and we'll get our money back as well, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what else he wants to see from January the 1st, but all those things will be delivered.
Returning to Camden with Keir Starmer.
I see, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, get Brexit done just meant the first part of it, the easy bit. I don't remember that being written on the bulldozer at the time. Mr. Speaker, last September, the Prime Minister actually hit the nail on the head when he said that leaving without a deal would be, in his words, a failure of statecraft. It would. It would be a total failure. And it will be the British people who pay the price. Does the Prime Minister agree with his own spending watchdog, the OBR, that the cost of that failure, of leaving the EU with no deal, would be higher unemployment, higher inflation, and a smaller economy?
Mr. Speaker, the more he talks about Brexit, the more I can see why he tried to avoid the subject for the last year. We did leave with a very good deal, and under any circumstances, this country will prosper mightily. And I may say to the right honourable gentleman, when he talks about the possible adverse consequences for this country of a deal on Australian terms, which I think is what he's talking about, we have yet to hear from the Labour Party what their view is of that matter. Would they vote for it? Yes or no? I mean, he remained totally Delphic last week, Mr. Speaker, about his policy on fighting coronavirus. He's totally Delphic about what to do on Brexit as well.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talks about indecision. He is absolutely stuck. This is the truth of it. He's absolutely stuck and dithering between the deal he knows that we need and the compromise he knows his backbenchers won't let him do. Mr. Speaker, I genuinely hope this is the usual Prime Minister's bluster, and that, like one of his newspaper columns, a deal arrives at the last minute. But for some people and their jobs, it's already too late. Yesterday, Ineos, a major employer in this country, announced that they will not now build a new Grenadier car in Bridgend and will move production to France instead. This is a project that just 2 months ago, the Prime Minister said was a vote of confidence. So hundreds of skilled jobs now won't go to Bridgend. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many more British jobs have to go overseas before he gets on with delivering the Brexit deal that he promised?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's a bit much of the Leader of the Opposition to criticise the government for failure to come up with a policy on Brexit, when he can't even, and a bit much for him to attack the putative consequences of coming out on Australian terms, when he can't even say whether he would vote for that deal, yes or no. If he can't say whether he would vote for our deal, yes or no, then he can't. Then I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, he simply cannot attack the government's policy until he's able to come up with a position of his own, Mr. Speaker, wrap a towel round his head, decide what he actually thinks. I find it very difficult to take his criticisms seriously, but what I can say is that this country will be ready for whether we have a Canadian or an Australian solution, and there will be jobs created in this country throughout the whole of the UK, not just in spite of Brexit, but because of Brexit, because this country is going to become a magnet for overseas investment. Indeed, it already is and will remain so.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked me how I'll vote on a deal that he hasn't even secured. Secure the deal, Prime Minister. You promised it. And I can say this, Mr. Speaker, if there is a deal, and I hope there's a deal, then my party will vote in the national interest, not on party political lines, as he is doing. Mr. Speaker, this is about leadership. The Prime Minister has done 15 U-turns. He's had 5 different plans on Brexit, on COVID. And last week, 53 of his own MPs voted against it. So if I were him, I wouldn't talk about leadership. The Prime Minister hasn't always wanted to listen to business. We know what his message to business is, but he should listen to them. Let me quote the CBI. They say the message for business is this: get a deal quickly. Then there's the National Farmers Union. Time is running out, they say. It's very hard to get the final preparations. These are the people the Prime Minister should be listening to, not his backbenchers. And on the question of preparation, the government knew months ago that it needed 50,000 customs agents trained and ready to go from the 1st of January, deal or no deal. So can the Prime Minister tell the House how many of the 50,000 agents will be in place on the 1st of January? That's 23 days' time.
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to get the end of that question. I can tell him that we've invested £1 billion already in getting this country ready for whatever the trading relationship is that we have on January the 1st, and 84 million into supporting customs agents across the UK, 200 million into supporting our ports, and they're doing an amazing. And I want to thank business for the incredible job they're doing of getting ready. We've all got to get ready, because under any view there is going to be change from January the 1st. There will be a change in the way we do business. There will be more opportunities for this country around the world. And I'm delighted by what I take as the increasing signalling I'm getting from Camden. I apologise, Mr. Speaker. The message from Camden seems to be that actually, given the choice, the right honourable gentleman would vote for a deal rather than not. Did you get that impression? I think I did.
Hopefully we could have the final question a little shorter. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I take it that the answer is the Prime Minister has no idea whether the 50,000 customs agents will be in place on the 1st of January. He either doesn't know or he doesn't care. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had a deal. He didn't. He said he would protect jobs. He didn't. He said he'd prepare for any outcome. He hasn't. And whatever may happen in the next few days, there's no doubting that his incompetence has held Britain back. So will he end this charade, end the uncertainty, get the deal that he promised, and allow the country to move on?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the right honourable gentleman for his final baffling question. Last week, he, as I say, Sphinx-like, avoided any pronouncement on how this country was going to fight COVID. He refused to support the measures that we have put in place. This week, he remains deafeningly silent on what he really thinks about a Brexit deal. While he puts a cold towel round his head, Mr. Speaker, lost in thought, tries to work out what his position is, we are getting on
to order. Mr. Bryant. Mr. Bryant. I suggest the whip goes and has a word with him. We're not having that disgraceful behaviour. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think you should summon him back. He seems to have vanished. But while the right honourable gentleman tries to work out what his position is, we're getting on with the work of government. And it's as he says, it's a year since his People's Government was elected, and I'm very proud that we're delivering on the people's priorities. 6,000 of the 20,000 police officers, Mr. Speaker, 14,800 of the 50,000 nurses already, and we're getting on with building every one of the 40 hospitals, in fact 48 hospitals, that we're going to deliver, along with the biggest programme of infrastructure investment in this country for a century, uniting and levelling up across the whole of the UK. And whether the outcome is
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are taking a live look at the UK Parliament now. Earlier today, UK regulators said that they have had 2 reports of possible allergic reactions from people who took part in the first day of Britain's mass coronavirus vaccination program against COVID-19. Dr. June Rain, head of UK's medical regulatory agency, reported those reactions as she testified Wednesday to a Parliament committee. Now, the UK began vaccinating elderly people and medical workers with a vaccine developed by American drug maker Pfizer and Germany's biotech on Tuesday. Now, this was the world's first rollout of the vaccine. Dr. June Rain was quoted saying, "We are looking at 2 case reports of allergic reactions. We know from the very extensive clinical trials that this was not a feature." Now, her comments came as part of a general discussion of how her agency will continue to monitor people who receive the Pfizer vaccine, which was authorized for emergency use last week. We will continue to keep you all updated right here on News Now from Fox as more information becomes available. Now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our audience, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan announced Tuesday that water shutoffs because of the COVID-19 crisis will be extended through 2020. So water lines will not be shut off due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Here is the full presser, unedited and unfiltered, right here on News Now.
The economy of the whole of the north of the country.
Let's head up to Scotland to leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, by this government's own admission, it was confirmed that Northern Ireland is getting the best of both worlds. Access.
Everybody in this town should keep Benny Napoleon in their thoughts and prayers. The indications I'm getting from the family members are that he continues to improve, but he is not out of danger. He does have COVID, as you know. I think you probably know his brother was on a ventilator for more than 2 months. I think the treatments have improved since then. But we still have a ways to go in fighting this. And so I want Benny to know that we're thinking about him. Let me show you where we stand today on COVID. And I'm going to continue to talk about what we need to do. And so if you look at the national maps, and I will keep showing this over and over at the spread, this is the New York Times COVID map. The redder it is, the more intense the infection rate. That was approximately 3 weeks ago in November. Here's how the country looks today. This is the reason you're hearing about nighttime curfews in California and shutdowns in New Mexico. It has continued to get worse nationally because, of course, there is a complete lack of national leadership in trying to address this, which means that essentially the White House has said it's up to states and cities, go fend for yourselves. And I'm going to keep talking to the people of Detroit. Let's control what we can control. We can't control what's going on in Ohio and Indiana and Wisconsin. We can control what's going on in Detroit. And the lines are coming up and they're starting to concern us. This is the number of people who died each day. Last April, we were losing 50 of our neighbors a day. We've gone down quite a bit. And on the right hand, we show you the number we've lost per week. And you can see we've gone from 2 or 3 a week to 7 a week to now 13 and 15 a week. So it's about 2 people a day we're losing to COVID in Detroit. That's 2 too many. But you can see that is not a trend we want. It's not 50 a day. It's 2 a day, but it's starting to trend up. We can control this with the choices that we make. And the evidence of that continues to be the latest infection rate numbers. The city of Detroit, our positive COVID infection rate, this is the state of Michigan data, continues to be dramatically lower than the surrounding communities. That is absolutely a function of folks who think they might be sick going to the Walker Rec Center and getting prompt testing and quarantining when they find out they're positive. It's a function of people wearing masks and social distancing every day. We have made a plea in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and particularly with Thanksgiving, which had us concerned. And I want to show you what I think is early signs that your choices matter. What we are doing in Detroit matters. This is the number of people hospitalized in Detroit hospitals every day. And it was doubling every 4 weeks. And I showed you before. On November 7th, we had 116 Detroiters hospitalized at our hospital. By November 24th, that had basically doubled to 203. And by December 1st, it had gone up to 236. We were on a rate of doubling about every 4 weeks. If that had continued, by the end of December, we would have been in crisis mode. Now, it's early. It's a week later. But 1 week later, December 8th, we have 228. We don't know for sure this is a leveling because if people did gather on Thanksgiving, it's still going to be another week before we see the effects of that. But there is no doubt in my mind that choices Detroiters are making to protect each other. And please, when you're with groups indoors, wear the mask. Most of the spread is occurring in people without masks indoors. But again, you look at what's happening in the rest of the country, you look at what's happening here, and we study this data every single day. Your choices as Detroiters are what are driving this trend, nothing else. And we need to keep doing what we're doing. The stakes are just too high. And I want to talk to you a little bit about vaccines. If you watch some of the TV shows, you think the vaccines are just around the corner. I don't believe it. I think the vaccines are excellent. I think what Pfizer and Moderna have done have been outstanding. They've treated nearly 35,000 people with their vaccine, and only 13 people actually got COVID. When it comes, I'm going to be the first one to sign up to get vaccinated. But the reality is there is not a plan in this country to get the vaccines out to folks and get the general population vaccinated. I do think we'll probably see some hospital workers before the end of the month. But I think for most people in Detroit, you're probably not going to get a chance to get a vaccine before March or April. And that means we have to keep up these safe behaviors. There is, however, one other thing we can do. And this is going to seem a little off the subject, but I just need to try as best I can to give you a sense of the health challenges that we face. Because every year at this time, we're not talking about COVID, we're talking about seasonal flu. I ran hospitals for 9 years. We would track these seasonal flu trends, and they were almost like clockwork. So this is something the CDC puts out. It's the seasonal flu map, nothing to do with COVID. This is the regular seasonal flu everybody's used to. And when you're green, you have no infections, and it ultimately turns red. This is last week's seasonal flu map. You can go to the CDC website. You can see this map right now, public document. And you can see in Michigan, we have, it's green. We don't have a lot of seasonal flu. You don't know a lot of your friends who have seasonal flu. Last year at the same time, Michigan was green as well. Typically in Michigan, we do not see seasonal flu in November and early December. It hits us later. The time to get your flu shot is not after you've had the flu, because I want to show you what happened in the past. So this is the way it looks today. Michigan's green. Here's last February, February 1, this last year, before COVID even hit. This is how the flu map looked, and you can see Michigan dark orange. We had a lot of people in the hospital last February with the flu. You can see what the problem is going to be. If we don't slow the traditional spread of the seasonal flu, and COVID picks back up in January or February, we're going to have a crisis in hospital capacity. And I know Denise Fair has talked about this before, and she's going to talk about it again. But go up to your local pharmacy or doctor. Get your seasonal flu shot. And I've gotten them every year for the last 15 years. They're safe, they're reliable, and they will be sure that we won't have people either in the hospital for seasonal flu, or if somebody does have to be treated in COVID, the hospitals aren't already overwhelmed. We've got a 3 or 4 month, very challenging period still in front of us with COVID. When the vaccines start, Detroit's going to be at the forefront. We are ready with the TCF Center, with the Comerica Park garages, to vaccinate 5,000 people a day at whatever point the federal government can get us the vaccines. But it's going to be a few months until we get there. You can help now by going up and getting your seasonal flu shot. And the things that I want to talk about today is how we watch out for our neighbors over the next 3 or 4 months. The governor extended the shutdown another 12 days of our restaurants, our casinos, some of the businesses. And that puts significant economic pressure on everybody. We got to keep bending this curve. But now,
NewsNOW from Fox returns right after this commercial break.
Trouble paying their water bills. And so we're going to talk to you right now about what you can be doing. If you are afraid of eviction, let's talk about what the city is here to do. If you're worried about making your tax payments, here's what we're ready to do. So let me start with what's been called the HPTAP program. I have no idea who invented this name, but what it means is this. If you have low income, you can get a break and not pay your property taxes in the city of Detroit. December 14th, you've got another week to do this. And you could get anywhere from 25 to 100% of your property tax bill canceled. This, by and large, is enormously important for seniors who maybe bought their house when they were working, are living on Social Security now, own their house, and are having trouble with property taxes. Or it could be anybody who lost their job and needs to be making those property tax payments. So if you're an individual making less than $22,000 a year, or a family of 4 making less than $32,000 a year, go out in the next week and apply for this. We will help you through the process, and we will cut your taxes. We want to keep you in your house. We do not need any more vacant houses in the city of Detroit. So you can complete your application in 2 ways. One is you can go to our website, and it isn't that hard to do, or you can go in person. We were doing this at City Hall, but the lines have gotten so long, we've moved it over to the TCF Center because we want to make sure you can safely space out. And so if you go over to the TCF Center Monday through Friday between 9 and 4, we will absolutely take you through this in a COVID-safe manner and make sure that you don't have to pay taxes that you don't owe. And so you go online and we'll show you the documents. Here's the other thing we want to do. We are right now fighting in Lansing to make your tax exemption. If you get it done this year, it'll cover next year too, because usually you have to fill it out by state law every year. We have a bill in the state legislature right now that says that we would like to be able to have this year's exemption cover next year. So you don't have to go do this again. You don't have to come back down in COVID and file a second time. And so Senate Bill 1234 went through by a 35-0 vote last week. Got it through the Senate. We got to get it through the House. And I don't know if you've heard, but thanks to the visit of Rudy Giuliani, the House isn't in session this week. And so we're going to have to, with a very tight House agenda, hopefully get our House members to take it up. And so for the 9,000 of you who have these exemptions, you'll get an automatic exemption again next year. And I want to thank Stephanie Chang and our Detroit delegation that have been leading the fight on this legislation. Here's the other thing the law would do. If you're relying entirely on Social Security or disability, when you get the exemption, it'll last 3 years. If you're 78 years old collecting your Social Security check, you're not likely to get a job at the FCA plan or Amazon next year. And so we just think once you fill this out once, it should last for 3 years. If you go get a new job, you have to come off this. But right now the law says you have to go through this process each year. Now we'll only have to do it once every 3 years. And so we hope the House members are healthy, and we hope they make this a priority when they come back. If you are a renter, 36th District Court reopens right now on January 4th. So if you've gotten an eviction notice, don't wait till January 4th when you get your court hearing. We want you to contact us right now because the City of Detroit has a major eviction diversion program. You can go to DetroitEvictionHelp.com or call this number. You get both legal help in court, and you can get help with your rent arrearage. And the organization that has been leading this effort is UCHC. Ted Phillips has been providing legal representation to lots of folks in this town working out these agreements and preventing evictions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ted to get his thoughts on what we want to do to make sure we keep you in your rental property. Ted?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, January 4th is when the court will be back open, but absolutely you don't want to wait until then. The eviction diversion program that's funded by the state ends on December the 30th. The city is working on a replacement program. I thank the mayor, I thank the HRD department for that, but it's not likely that there's going to be unlimited funds, so it is extremely important for people to get in now. We do know that there's about 3,000 cases that were set for a first hearing from November the 18th when the court closed to the end of the year. Those cases will all be put over to January. Those individuals will all get new notices, but don't be confused by them. You still need to take action now, and there's a lot of help out there now to take care of paying your rent. That rent assistance will apply basically to cases for non-payment of rent. You should have received a notice to know that's the type of case you have. But there's other things that can be done with the attorneys we have and the other attorneys working on this project. There are some landlords that filed different types of cases, but after a little negotiations, they've been willing to convert them to non-payments. So don't just give up just because you're confused by what type of case you might have. We will be doing outreach letters to all of the people that have cases that are put over. You will be getting something shortly from a coalition of folks led by the United Community Housing Coalition, Michigan Legal Services, and Lakeshore Legal Aid. But don't wait for the letter. I mean, you've got the information now as to where to call and where to go, so take advantage of that. When court comes back in session, we will continue to provide help in court. At the last juncture when we were in court, Lakeshore Legal Aid, UCHC, and Michigan Legal Services had attorneys available at all of the virtual hearings. There was 2 to 3, sometimes more than that, attorneys in the courtroom. If you appear and are not represented, the judge will usually ask you if you want counsel, and if you ask for that, you'll be assigned to one of us. It will be more difficult in January, however, so it's another reason for acting right now, because we know there's going to be a lot more cases at that point in time than there have been in the last several weeks and months. Lastly, we have seen many persons with Section 8 and other kinds of subsidy, public housing subsidy and the like. In your situations, you are covered by the eviction diversion program as well, so know that. But in addition, we've seen many persons in that situation that have had interruptions in their income. You're a little different than others In your situation, if you report that to your Section 8 agent, or if you're living in a site-based situation, a building of seniors where everybody is subsidized, then report that to your landlord immediately, because they can adjust your rent by the first of the next month once you do that. So don't just continue to fall behind. Report that. Many Section 8 landlords, the Detroit Housing Commission and others, have said that they will also make sure that it's retroactively adjusted. Don't just move. When you move out of housing like this and you owe money, it'll come back to haunt you later. I had a client just this past week that came to us sort of out of nowhere. She's homeless. She owed $69, and that was holding up her getting her Section 8 voucher for her and her 3 kids. We helped her with that, and that got resolved. But that's the kind of minuscule stuff that can ruin your life for a long time. So don't just up and move. Don't just up and move on any of these situations, but particularly those. But there is help out there. There is a need to act quickly. December 30th is a real date. There will be more done after that, but don't count on that right now. Let's work hard to get every penny spent and every person helped. If you know somebody in your neighborhood, encourage them to apply. If it's you, make sure you call us at that number that's listed on the screen. Thank you.
And so UCHC has done such phenomenal work, and they care about your situation. We're here to help you, to keep you in our homes. We are going to be moving next year on renovating the vacant homes, demolishing those that can't be saved across the city. We do not want one more vacant house. We're going to do everything we can, whether you own it and you're struggling with your taxes, or whether you're with a rental and you're struggling with your lease payment. Call this number, go on this website, and we will help. The other thing is, in this crisis, and even beyond that, water security is something that we have badly needed in Detroit. And Gary Brown had made enormous progress with the RAP program and the 1030-50 program in dramatically reducing the number of people who were facing water shutoff. But this city owes an enormous debt of gratitude to Gretchen Whitmer, who stepped in March and gave us the financial support for the $25 restart program. And since March, we have had no water shutoffs in this city for lack of funds. And with today's announcement, we're going to extend that moratorium through 2022. There will be no water shutoffs through 2022 because of anybody's inability to pay. And we're going to tell you how to access that today, and we want to make sure that there isn't any issue. But here's the significance of what the governor did. With the support last March, Gary Brown and the team went out and knocked on doors. Even if you had been shut off but you hadn't reached out, they went out and knocked on doors, found out what was going on, and reinstated 1,300 homes. And so we got everybody back on. To my knowledge, nobody in the city today is without water for lack of funds. But here's what we found. The average water bill of those who had it turned off a lot of times was running double the typical Detroiter's water bill because they had a running toilet. They had leaky pipes. The same people who are having the most trouble paying the monthly bill don't have $1,500 to fix the pipes in their houses. And so the governor came up with $6 million to let us get at the root cause, get into the house, and now the Gary Brown's team has been in and has either repaired or is in the process of repairing the pipes in 700 houses in the city. There's an environmental benefit from not wasting that water, but it also allows people to have a bill that's affordable and manageable. And the governor also provided $15 million to erase the arrearages for those with very low income, which means that the residents of this city are closer to being financially secure in their water than they've been in probably 25 years. In addition to that, we got help from the Great Lakes Water Authority, and today all Detroiters pay a 1% surcharge on your monthly bill that goes to pay to help your neighbors who cannot afford it. And with that fund, we now have enough money, we believe, to cover the costs of anybody who can't afford to pay their water. And so we have a series of programs. All you have to do is register, and the help will be there for you. We are putting a moratorium on all water shutoffs for lack of funds for the next 2 years. And then we've got to have a permanent solution. And I am absolutely committed to finding that permanent solution. And already Senator Gary Peters is taking a lead nationally. Anybody
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this.
Electric or heating bills in the wintertime knows that there's a federal program that's the low-income heating assistance program. And the federal government helps you pay those bills. There has been no federal assistance for water. And I think there's growing bipartisan support. We're going to take the next 2 years and build a coalition so that while we've got 2 years breathing room where we're going to be okay in having a moratorium on shutoffs, we're committed to finding a permanent solution so that this problem does not come back. And with that, I want to turn it over to a man who's just done an outstanding job of getting this department in professional shape to tell you what you can do to be sure that your water remains on. Gary Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The shutoff moratorium issued by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services ends in 23 days, but not here in Detroit. We are continuing the moratorium through 2022 while we work on a permanent water affordability solution at the state and federal level. The infrastructure is in place through DWSD and our community partners to continue to provide compassionate and effective customer affordability programs to financially insecure Detroit households now and through the implementation of a permanent long-term solution. As the mayor indicated, the goal is to stop water shutoffs to low-income Detroiters once and for all. The COVID-19 Water Restart Plan, launched on March 9th, has restored water services at nearly 1,300 occupied homes, many of which needed plumbing repairs. The city has set aside sufficient state, federal, private, and local funds to continue the moratorium on water service interruptions even after the health department's order ends on December 31st. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, DWSD has helped thousands of financially insecure households with water bills and emergency plumbing repairs. By the end of December, $22 million is expected to be spent, $15 million of which will go towards bill credits to nearly 50,000 Detroit households. Regardless of how low water rates are, there will always be a percentage of households that simply cannot afford to pay their water bills. Federal programs exist to support financially insecure households in obtaining food, heating, and energy, but no similar assistance is provided for the most basic life necessity, clean and safe water. The next step is to work on a permanent solution for water affordability. Detroit will be a leader at the state level and nationally. Thank you, Dr. El Sayed, for your willingness to partner with us in identifying long-term funding. Detroit has joined a coalition of cities from around the country, including Seattle, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Alexandria, Baltimore, Louisville, Sacramento, and Washington, D.C., to create a policy platform on national water affordability initiatives focusing primarily on LIWAP, low-income water affordability programs that include plumbing repairs. I also want to thank Senators Gary Peters and Debbie Stabenow for their support and willingness to lean in on this issue at the federal level. Customer affordability programs have been in existence since 2016, with some additional resources over the past few years from community partners. RAP, the Water Residential Assistance Program, has helped more than 18,000 households get to an average bill through paying down arrears, monthly bill credit, and minor home plumbing repairs. Now, as of July 1st, households earning at or above 200% of the federal poverty level are eligible to apply. That's $52,000 annual income for a family of 4. $36,000 is what the number was last year. This also extended minor home plumbing repairs to $1,500 on average, and financial assistance opening up to at least 5,000 more Detroit households annually. More than $1 million is available in the RAP fund right now. The Great Lakes Water Authority board allocation for the RAP is expected to be $9.2 million regionally through 2022, with at least an additional $3.8 million earmarked for Detroit. The 1030-50 plan allows residents to enroll safely in the payment plan online and by phone. The 1030-50 plan has unlimited enrollment availability for households who need help paying down a balance but do not meet the RAP income eligibility. The City of Detroit's Community Health Corps will help residents living in extreme poverty situations who need wraparound services by continuing to go door to door. The plan announced today is not a payment amnesty. Residential households will continue to generate their full water and sewer charges based on a monthly usage and the drainage charge using current rates. DWSD plans to leverage local, state, federal, and philanthropic resources to fill the gap to ensure residents who cannot pay today are able to maintain water service. Residential households who have the ability to pay should continue to pay their monthly bill to support maintaining and improving the water and sewer systems for you and all Detroiters. Detroiters with low income can join the program and avoid any interruption of service by contacting Wayne Metro at 313-386-9727 or visit www.waynemetro.org. In closing, I want to thank the hardworking DWSD employees and their families who have been impacted by the pandemic. Many of our field service technicians have been on the front line since the pandemic began, helping our customers resolve issues in the neighborhoods. Because of their commitment, they risk their own health and their family's health as they go to work every day to continue to provide reliable and affordable water and sewer services in Detroit despite the pandemic. We are grateful for what they do and thank each one of them as well as their families. Finally, we appreciate our customers for supporting the system and our water affordability initiatives.
Thank you, Gary. The professionalism of the department has come a long way, and you and the men and women at DWSD deserve enormous credit. In recent years, there has been no more passionate advocate for water security than our former health director, Dr. Abdul El Sayed. He made it a major campaign platform when he ran for governor. He's continually put forward plans on how you could permanently have people be able to have water and not have those bills be passed on to other Detroiters who can't afford them. The momentum is pretty remarkable. Earlier today, I was on a national call with mayors across the Midwest, including Lori Lightfoot in Chicago, who are facing the same challenges. I think we've got great momentum in Washington, D.C., but it's going to take a coalition to push this through. And so Dr. El Sayed has agreed to take a leading role in helping us build that coalition. While we can sit here today and tell you that the moratorium will protect Detroiters for the next 2 years, we need to make sure that people of this country are protected in water security permanently. And with that, I want to welcome our advocate, Dr. El Sayed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. It's an honor and privilege to be joining you all today, and really grateful for the leadership that you've shown on this issue. And Director Brown, thank you for the leadership you've shown. I had the opportunity to work with both of you when I was here at the city, and just really continue to admire the focus and the attention to detail that you pay, particularly in a moment like this. You started out, Mr. Mayor, I think rather appropriately, talking about the impact that COVID-19 has had on this city, and it forces me to reflect back to about 5 years ago when you and I met for the first time, and you asked if I might be interested in taking on the role of trying to bring back a city health department. And we sat down and didn't always agree on everything, but the thing that always brought us forward was a commitment to the health and well-being of the city. And I think today the commitment that you've made to ending water shutoffs permanently is a down payment yet again on that commitment. And I can't help but admire the work that you've done, the work that Denise Fair has done in continuing to steward the health department to keep the case rates as low as they've been. And that in part reflects the work of the health department in the city, but also reflects just the trust that people in this community have in you and that health department to do the things that they need to do every day, protect themselves, their families, and their loved ones. I have to say, when I was health director, I remember one moment I'll never forget, which was walking into a home where a baby had been lost, and watching as that mother reflected on what it was like to lose a baby, and the work that has been done to take on the challenge of infant mortality really in the city is incredible. But I was there alongside one of our nurses, and when I had asked to use the bathroom, I came to appreciate that actually the water was not working in that home, and that moment will never leave me. And today what we've done is said that's not going to happen anymore in the city of Detroit. And I really, really deeply appreciate that work that went into that. But I also know that there's still work left to do, because the reality is that the funding exists to get us to 2022. And the choice that we have in moving forward is the work that we choose to do to get this funded, so that no longer will we ever have a circumstance in the city where somebody goes without the basic need, the basic lifeblood that is water. I also have to just appreciate the fact that there are so many people who have done the work of bringing the challenge of water affordability to the fore, fighting for fresh water for folks. And I just want to name some of them here. A mentor of mine and a great friend, Monica Lewis-Patrick, people like Linda Campbell and Mika Williams, Nicole Small, Lila Cable, Charity Hicks, Alice Jennings, the late Miriam Mahaffey, Councilwoman Joanne Watson, the late Congressman John Conyers, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, State Senator Stephanie Chang, Councilwoman Raquel Castaneda Lopez, State Representative Abraham Ayash, and organizations like We the People of Detroit, Michigan Welfare Rights, the People's Water Board, the Sierra Club of Michigan, Food and Water Watch, and Hydrate Detroit. I know sometimes those folks haven't always been on the same side, but we have an opportunity moving forward to make sure that all of us are aligned to being able to secure the funds that we need to make the mayor's commitment today to end water shutoffs in Detroit a reality. And I promise that I'm going to do everything I possibly can to be a part of that effort. And really grateful for the leadership that everyone here has shown. Grateful for the work that has been done, and looking forward to the work that will be done to finally end water shutoffs in the city. Again, thank you. Honored to be here. And I just have to echo the point. I'm still a physician and epidemiologist. Please do wear your masks. Make sure that you are physically distancing. When a vaccine becomes available, make sure that you are ready in line to take it. We've got an opportunity to keep those case transmission rates low, to continue to save lives in the city. I really appreciate the work that you've done to make that happen, and looking forward to a future that's just a bit more just, equitable, and sustainable. Thank you for the down payment on that.
So as we sit here today, I can't help but think about how far we have come. There was no health department, for all practical purposes, when I got elected. It had been privatized in the last administration. I don't know, Dr. Sayed, 5, 6 employees or something like that. And he had the task of rebuilding from scratch, and did such a good job that Denise Fair has been able to pick up the torch and lead a nationally recognized response to COVID. And with that, we have to, as we always do, give the final word to our current health director, Denise Fair.
Thank you, Mayor. The health department is still standing, and we are still strong with over 250 experts who are right now continuing to fight COVID-19. So I'm so glad that we are continuing to talk about the importance of flu shots. And let me just start with just some data. As of December 5th, 85,846 Detroiters have received their flu shot. This is compared to 82,205 that were vaccinated at the same time last year. So we're doing a little bit better than we were last year.
News Now from Fox returns right after this.
Detroiters that getting a flu vaccine is more important even now to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community from flu. So just like wearing a mask, it is so important and easy, and it's a safe action that we can keep ourselves and our family and friends healthy during this pandemic. Essential workers, including nurses and doctors, are doing their part to keep us healthy, and it's now our time to do our part to roll up our sleeves and get vaccinated. Now, the flu shot is available for all Detroiters that are older than 6 months, so 6 months and older. So if you do want a flu shot, there are multiple options for you. You can go to your doctor's office or a local pharmacy, and it's also covered by most insurances. But even if you don't have health care insurance, there are many free and low-cost options across the city. In fact, you can go right now to our website at detroitmi.gov/flu shot to find a clinic near you. You can also visit the Detroit Health Department. We have a very robust immunization clinic located in Midtown, 100 Mack Avenue. You can call them right now, schedule an appointment at 313-876-4667. Again, that's 313-876-4667. Now, remember, healthy adults can also get very sick from the flu. So get your flu shot now to prevent the flu, because we are stronger together when we are all protected against the flu. And as Dr. El Sayed said, please make sure that you wear your mask, wash your hands, avoid large crowds so we can continue to fight COVID-19. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
And with that, we'll take any questions.
Hi, Annalise with Crane's Detroit Business. I have a couple questions on enforcement of business violations of COVID, the state rules. Essentially, I just want to know how many citations, or if you could give any details on how many citations have been issued to businesses since MDHHS's November 18th order.
You know the numbers offhand. It's been quite a bit.
Yeah, so we have issued 16 to date. That's as of November the 18th. And it's a variety of restaurants, bars, and local businesses.
But please keep the tips coming in. We have the site. We've had a large number of tips, and the health department and the Detroit Police Department go out and check on all of them. In the last 2 or 3 days, we have seen after-hours drinking types of establishments opened illegally, I think probably in response to the bar shutdown, and DPD is out shutting them down, starting with citations, and will be working to arrest. But in almost every case, it's neighbors calling and saying this is what's going on. So the fastest way to keep us safe is please keep calling in those tips, and we are on it immediately.
And what about the amount in fines? How many fines have been given?
The number of fines, we've been given them just about a handful. I mean, they're about $1,000 a piece.
Yeah, they aren't as concerned about the fines as the removal of their business licenses. So the fines are okay, but the business license removal is what is the motivating factor.
And have there been a substantial number of closings?
Yeah.
Ordered closings?
There has. I mean, for the most part, businesses are being responsible. They're following the rules, but there are a handful that are going against executive orders. And so as the health department, we are continuing to enforce, and we are issuing tickets and cease and desist orders so that businesses are following the rules.
We had several businesses that were shut down for a period of time until they came back with a compliance plan that satisfied the health department. And right now we are seeing some unlicensed establishments pop up, and the police department is doing what they need to do to shut those down permanently.
Have any businesses had their licenses revoked more than once? Any repeat offenders?
There have been no repeat offenders.
First time's been pretty effective.
Okay. And in the past, you guys have not been saying the names of those businesses. Is that still the case?
No, so we have not. And, certainly we have a responsibility to our residents who are calling in. And as the mayor mentioned, we're getting about 75 to 100 complaints per day, and we are following up. We also need to protect and support our businesses as well, and we want to strike a balance. So at this point, we have not publicly named any of those businesses at all.
Some other cities, including Chicago and Cleveland, have been naming those businesses. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on why you do not believe that that's in the public interest to disclose those.
I don't know that we've actually had a long discussion about it. It's been so effective to suspend the license for a week or two that we've been accomplishing the purpose. We could take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a number of reporters who are watching the live stream and have some questions. Brianna Noble from the Detroit News would like to know what determined the timeline for the extension of the moratorium to 2022 or the end of 2022.
We took a look at the amount of money we have in reserves from the state, federal, philanthropic help, and the local assessments that we have. And based on our current analysis, it will cover us for the next 2 years. So we are committing that for the next 2 years, there will be a complete moratorium on anybody having their water shut off for lack of funds.
Okay, and Kim Russell from Channel 7 would like to know if we can provide more details on the funding behind those resources, where it's coming from.
So the state of Michigan, I can probably do most of this off the top of my head, but the state of Michigan came through with approximately $21 million. About $15 million helped reduce the arrearages of folks in very low income. About another $6 million went into the plumbing repair aspect of it, which has allowed Gary Brown's folks to go in and fix the pipes. We had about $125,000 from the Kresge Foundation that allowed us for assistance for people who couldn't even pay the $25. And then the 1% that you pay on your water bills is generating us about $3 million a year on top of that. And so it is a combination of local, state, federal, and philanthropic funds. And it shows you the diligence of this administration, the Water Department, and the great leadership from the governor that really has made this possible.
Nashrat Rahman from the Free Press has a few questions. First one being, what happens to individuals at the end of the moratorium if they are behind on their bills at that point?
Yeah, we'll deal with that in 2023. What we're saying here today is we are committed in the next 2 years to finding a permanent solution so we don't have that conversation. And I'll turn it over to Dr. El Sayed to talk about how we're going to be working together to do that.
So the mayor mentioned the leadership of Senator Peters in working toward a bipartisan solution similar to the way that we fund heating support for folks who may not be able to afford their heating, and there looks like there's some momentum there. That being said, there are a number of different ways to be thinking about this problem, and I really appreciate the fact that we have about 2 years to be thinking about them and to be assessing their capacity to actually solve the problem. And some of those are federal, some of those are state, some of those may be local. But what it's going to take is the insights and the participation and the effort of everyone from the activist community here in the city to obviously Director Brown and the mayor and city leadership, and then our state and federal lawmakers to decide that we're going to make good on this commitment and that we are going to end water shutoffs in the city.
Can I also add that once we get them into the RAP program and we go in and we fix their plumbing issues and get them to an average bill, give them a monthly stipend in assistance, but more importantly, pay down their arrears, the average customer in the state of Detroit that's in that situation will have $700 in arrears, and we will pay that off. And if it's more than 700, we'll put them in the program for a second year, and we'll continue to pay down their arrears. So I suspect that if we get them into the program, we will eliminate large arrearages for most customers.
It's been remarkable. We went from about 75% of Detroiters paying their bills to 92 or 93% today. If you get the payment to an amount people could afford, people will pay that bill. It's when you're giving people $150 and $200 a month bills because their pipes are leaking and they're below poverty that they fall behind. And so we have seen the same thing over and over. When we can deal with the arrearages, when we can deal with the pipe leakages, Detroiters will pay their bills.
Okay, and another one from the Free Press is, are we looking at other examples across the country for water affordability programs, or are you looking more at the national approach now? And what is the quote-unquote policy platform exactly that the city is joining along with others across the country?
So we are finding people from across the country are coming to Detroit for leadership. And I'll let Gary Brown talk about how that's working.
Yeah, I sit on all the national water trade groups and work with all the cities there. And we can reasonable people can have a disagreement on the nuances of each city's different program, but we all agree that two things are a fact. Number one, the programs have to be adequately funded, and we need a permanent funding source to do that. Number two, we're all challenged with getting our customers to come in and ask for the help. And it's a very complex number of reasons as to why, but basically Detroiters are proud people, and they don't necessarily want to come in and ask for help. So we have to do an extraordinary amount of effort to reach out and make sure that they understand these services are available.
Okay. Two questions from Eli Newman at WDET. One for Mr. Brown. He wants to know if you have any estimate in terms of how many service interruptions may be prevented over the next 2 years as a result of the moratorium extension?
Well, as the mayor indicated, 92% of our 227,000 customers are paying their bills on time. That 8% is about 18,000 of our residential customers. More than half of them are not below poverty. They simply need time. They need a payment plan to buy time in order to be able to get caught up. They're an individual that may have had one family member stop working because they need to educate their kids in a homeschooling situation, so their income has come down. They don't need an assistance or any money to do assistance. They're not in jeopardy of being shut off. They simply need a payment plan, and the 1030-50 plan is just that. It will allow them to pay down their arrears over a 12-month or 24-month period. And we have the assistance available for those in the WRAP program. So every single customer has the opportunity prior to today to not see a service interruption if they simply ask for the help and call Wayne Metro.
Okay. After the press conference, Gary, we've got a couple more detailed questions on numbers that the Free Press wants to have answered, but I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have instant recall on those, but we'll follow up with them. But the last question for the mayor from Eli Newman from WDET is whether or not the Biden administration is aware of or has taken any interest in this coalition effort for the water affordability nationally.
So on the call today, one of his co-chairs of his national infrastructure campaign was on the call and very much supportive of this. So I don't speak for the president on this issue, but there's clearly an intent by the new president to have a national infrastructure plan. I think you're going to see water be a part of that plan, but I'm going to let the president-elect speak for himself.
Okay, and that's the last question.
Thank you all very much.
You're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Now, more than a dozen commanders at the Army's Fort Hood in Texas are out of a job, and many others are facing suspension. Officials there say that commanders created an environment that enabled murder, suicide, and sexual assault. Now, some of our viewers will see a commercial break. When you come back, we'll be showing you the full press briefing from Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy, raw and unfiltered, right here on News Now from Fox.
Lord. It was one of those warm but breezy fall days. The sun's rays reflected off of the Canal River.
It's going to focus on forming cohesive teams. It's going to prioritize a commitment to place our soldiers' families and Department of the Army civilians first, with capital letters, focused on leaders knowing the needs of their soldiers, leaders taking action to make a positive difference in their soldiers' lives, and holding leaders accountable to achieve those results. So for all of the 3rd Armored Corps, Operation People First is my #1 priority. I got to figure out a way to slow things down a little bit. We're already kind of doing that, and I'll explain that here in a second. The first step was giving leaders back some time. I can't expect a leader to get to know their soldiers better and to get after what we have with our challenges here if I don't give them the time to get to know their soldiers and their families. And so to date, and you can work this out with your math, more than 4 million man-hours have been pulled from things we thought we were going to do to give time back to these small unit leaders and the leaders that we have here at Fort Hood and across the Corps. It's about building teams. It's about attacking the corrosives of sexual harassment and sexual assault, of racism and extremism that is in our ranks. Going forward, I'm gonna reinforce this. This is not a one and done. This is a sustained effort to effect permanent change and to foster trust and cohesion across our force. As I mentioned before, culture and climate starts at the top of any organization, and we can only rebuild this trust by our actions. A little bit of integrity is involved here, a little bit of accountability is involved. We got to take care of people. We got to build cohesive teams. And most of all, we've got to live the Army values. Last, I'll talk to you a little bit about, what does it all mean to create a lasting and positive change? And that's across Fort Hood, but it's really across the entire 3rd Armored Corps. I'm going to take the findings and recommendations of the committee. There were 9 findings and 70 recommendations with some sub-recommendations contained within there. I'm going to move out on those that I can within my authorities and within the scope of what I'm allowed to do, and I will nest in with the Army as they move forward, as you heard the Chief General McConville and the Secretary of the Army talk earlier. So really from the commanding general down to the newest private that comes here to Fort Hood, it's our Corps, right? And we're all accountable together, and we're going to make a difference. So we're going to lead this change. We're going to show how leaders can achieve irreversible positive momentum. And in closing, the leadership here at 3rd Corps and Fort Hood are fully committed to creating a culture and a climate that our soldiers and the American people are going to be proud of, that's built upon a foundation of trust, dignity, and respect, and we'll address the challenges head on and lead our Army forward. And with that, I've got time for a few questions. And Miles, you orchestrate, please.
We'll start with Randy Cruz.
Randy?
News Now from Fox returns right after this.
Yeah, so that's a great question. We've got to be able to understand if the changes or the adjustments that we're making are having a positive change and things are actually happening. So we do have a set of generally described metrics. First term or reenlistment, is that going up? Sexual assault, sexual harassment reporting, is that going up? Are our cases closing faster? I mean, there are things that are easily measurable. I think on the other side of how do we know it's working is the buy-in from soldiers and families, just talking to the soldiers and families and ensuring that what we're trying to deliver is something that, 1, they understand, and 2, they accept.
General, I've got to say, I can just imagine what the critics of the Army and military and the sexual assault community are saying today.
Yeah, I think that's, that's a great question. It was asked earlier, both to the committee. And, I think what I'll tell you is I don't have a good answer for you, but what I do know is the things I can do to get after it, the things that are within my authorities, now that I know the details that the Independent Review Committee brought out. And I know that's a squishy answer for you. But, where I am today is, I'm going to move forward with what I know and make positive change. And if I don't, we'll know because we won't see it in our formations. We'll be exactly where we have been. Yeah. Yeah, I've actually gone public a month and a half ago speaking to victims that I don't know because they're not reporting. I've also gone public speaking to victims I do know because they have reported. And in the military, we have a structured hierarchical chain of command that is supposed to be the way you get business done. And when you have a challenge, or you have a corrosive like sexual assault or sexual harassment that exists in your formation, you're supposed to go to your chain of command to get that resolved. And when your chain of command gets that challenge, they're supposed to aggressively pursue resolving it. So for those victims that are out there that will not report, the first thing I did was I gave everybody my phone number. It's posted on the billboards. It's on the website. You can call me 24/7 if you don't have confidence in your chain of command, and I'll help you out. I don't want that to last forever, but in order to get after this, maybe that's something that I have to do until we establish for our small unit leaders enough trust and confidence in the lead. Well, they will go to their chain of command. The other thing that I've made abundantly clear to the chain of command here at Fort Hood and across the Corps by speaking to the division commanders at the various locations, the brigade commanders. This morning we had a formation with every battalion command team on this installation at 6 o'clock this morning, so I could tell them, I expect you to be the change agent here. And if you're not, and we don't get positive results, your work will be spoken for. And so I think that's the first thing you've got to do as a leader is step out to establish a connection and let them know, hey, look, if it's not working right now and you don't want to report it, there is somebody you can report to. Call me up. Yeah, let's,
when it comes to the future leadership coming to Fort Hood coming up, do you believe that the criteria for officer and enlisted leaders should change?
I have absolute confidence in the Army and how it produces leaders. It's worked for 240 plus years. It'll continue to work. We always, as the Chief of Staff of the Army mentioned earlier, we always kind of take an inward look at ourselves to see if we need azimuth corrections. And along the way, we do make changes. And so I have confidence in our system and what it produces as leaders. What I'm going to do to help, right, because this is my first time ever serving at Fort Hood in 34 years of military service. So I have young men and women that come here as soldiers and leaders. This is the first time they've ever come here. We've got an academy. I have my Command Sergeant Major standing over here that we're working to centralize. We have a Sharp 360 center that enables leaders to bring small units in and be immersed in vignette face-to-face training, not PowerPoint. We're also creating a People First Academy, which is where we'll bring these new leaders that come to Fort Hood and teach them about the resources that are here. Now, some of that already exists, but I want to centralize it so I have impact when I have a leader sitting or standing in one of these courses or one of these new initiatives that we're rolling out. Andrew?
After looking at this report, it says that the SHARP program is managed poorly, it's underfunded, understaffed. Apparently cases can take up to a year or more based on what they were saying to be resolved. And it essentially did not help just wipe that program and start completely over? Do you start from the ground up, or do you believe you remove some of the existing leaders of that program and replace them with people that will better manage what is actually happening in each Charleston office? What are you going to do next?
I think, Andrew, that it'll be echelon. So the Army, as you heard earlier, is going to take a look at how they can effectively resource the program to do what it's supposed to do. I don't know what the chief or the secretary's direction will be. I do know that here, besides changes to the way we train so that we get the information in a format where soldiers can receive and learn, and the fact that we've opened up lines of communication that didn't exist before, I have enough authorities with the program as it exists today to take some of the actions that the report mentions. So you mentioned speed of compassion is what I call it. You have both a victim and a subject that are involved in something, right? And so using the authorities that exist, both from an investigative perspective, from a legal settlement perspective and adjudication, to put a little more scrutiny into the processes. And I think you're all familiar with the term Sexual Assault Review Board. It's mentioned in the report a couple of times. There are ways we can be better and be more compassionate for both the victim and the subject while we wait to see what wholesale changes may happen across the Army.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening into an unfiltered and raw press briefing from Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy as he is addressing that he is suspending more than a dozen commanders at the Army's largest base in Texas for creating a command climate at Fort Hood that enabled sexual assaults, murders, and suicides among its soldiers. Now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our audience, we will continue to listen in.
From a background check, I can provide them the training. That all takes a little bit of time. So as we maneuver our way through the future, what I've got to determine is where are my resources best used to get after two of the corrosives that we've got here on Fort Hood. And I know that's not really answering what you're getting after.
We'll move on to the next question. We have Rose there in the front row. General, in regards to that. Excuse me, we have Rose there.
Rose. I mean, that's a great question. So I've conducted personally 2 sexual assault review boards since I returned from Iraq. You know, I came back to work around the 26th of October here, and in November we held one, and at the end of November we held one. I'm going to hold one next week. The requirement is every commander with a major subordinate unit on post attends my SARB. It's a consolidated sexual assault review board, excuse me, right? So I drill down now on what's going on so they understand that there's command emphasis in this particular area so we can address these corrosives that are out there. You know, and if we're under-resourced, as Andrew was trying to get at, how do we correct that? If we're taking too long on some of these cases, how do we get after that? I mean, it's about protecting the victim, and again, I call it speed of compassion. I mean, we have the resources to get after these cases, and so criminal investigation department sits in on those meetings. Lawyers sit in on those meetings. Commanders are in the meetings. The sexual assault response coordinators are in there. Victim advocates are in there. I've got everybody that deals with the program sitting in that room once a month with me as we review every single open case on this post. So give to January and go back and ask the question again and see if there's been change. Thank you. Adam. Yeah, that's great, because you do need breadth and depth in your investigators. Experience means a lot. I mean, that goes on anywhere. It's not just in CID. Any of our institutions that we have out there that conduct investigatory type stuff. I know that Major General Martin and I have had one conversation, and I know she's taking action. So I think that question actually goes back to her, since she runs and controls CID for the Army. You know, how the agents are trained, who's getting assigned where, and I am positive that she is moving in an absolute correct and right direction. Where we here at Fort Hood can control it is based on the type of case, having the right experienced agent working it, and not just assuming every case is equal. And so that's what we work on as well. You know, I commanded at Fort Bliss, which is of similar size, not quite as many units, and we had about the same, both in age and experience in our agents there. And so, you know, I can't really answer the size, because that really goes back to Criminal Investigation Division's command, and how do we either recruit more, train more, you know, where is her emphasis? So I'd say ask her, and you get a much better answer than you're going to get from me. Amen. Yeah. Last century. Yeah, I don't need to answer that question as Lieutenant White or General White. I can answer it for both of them. And the answer is that's absolutely unacceptable. That's why you're a non-commissioned officer and you're in a leadership position. But as a platoon leader, since you want me to go there, at Fort Lewis in 1986, yeah, that is last century. That was quite a while ago. My first platoon sergeant, Jimmy McCants, he was an NCO that upheld Army values first and foremost, and trained his subordinates to do the same thing. And so we have given, as a part of People First, 1 day each month to do the things that you're trying to describe here, which is the counseling, right, to be able to train in areas where some of these corrosives exist, to inform our soldiers. So that's on top of the total program. Once a month, every unit is required to do this. You would imagine, as a platoon leader, it was the day you wore your greens into work, and you stood in formation and got inspected. You corrected your deficiencies before you got to go home that night. You received your monthly counseling from your first line supervisor. All that is happening here now at Fort Hood as a part of People First. We've got two subordinate units that will execute next week, so there are some units that haven't gotten to it, but the majority of Fort Hood has executed this 5-day stand-up, which is meant to be positive disruption, to give leaders the tools they need to do what you're describing. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Tanya.
Could you speak to the logistics of the firings and the discipline? Did they happen today? And can you give us as much detail as
Yeah, I don't have a lot of detail, but what I will tell you is I was given sufficient forewarning to put together what I describe as a compassion team, which is a lawyer, a public affairs representative, a behavioral health representative, a chaplain, and a what I would broadly describe as a cyber awareness expert. So that the soldiers that were notified today, of whatever level they were notified, had something that could catch them coming out, to make sure that we're taking care of them as well. There was not a particular effort one way or the other to get me read into specific aspects of what was going to occur, but I had sufficient warning to at least do that, right? And now we'll deal with the aftermath here in the command structure, because there are people that will not be reporting for work tomorrow.
And they did not know this yesterday.
They did not know this yesterday.
And to speak real specifically, these are those people that you said were cyber experts. These are the people that taught and disciplined the officers?
No. This is like the catcher's mitt. So this is a team that you would provide that could help them emotionally, from a protect perspective. Had nothing to do with the person that was doing the notifications. In person. And we had one senior non-commissioned officer that was notified via phone because he was out of the area.
And you did not?
I did not do these. Hey, Thad. Yeah, that is the question. And so it's a discussion with leaders on what you won't do. But what I do know is I cannot not deliver readiness and lethality for the Army and our nation. That is still a requirement. And so we have an ongoing conversation with the leaders and the commanders here. You're going to do Operation People first. And I'm going to give you a little bit of time to figure out when you're going to do it. But you're going to take these 5 days to get after what I'm directing, which is provide the tools, connect to your soldiers, call moms and dads, right? Work with the Chief of Staff of the Army, General McConville, calls the Golden Triangle. You will do that. In some cases, that means we're not going out the field to train. I need to understand what the risk is, because we have to be able to describe that to our senior leadership, who at some point may have to describe it to Congress, but at this level, there's not that large of an impact. But again, we're going to do this again next year. and it's in the campaign plan. And the reason I mention that is because by next September, we'll have turned over 60% of the formation here. So it's going to be all new soldiers and leaders here. So we're going to do this again until I'm assured that we're on a good path. Does that help? Okay. All right. Well, look, thanks. And I'm sorry I can't take more questions. Miles is always available. Should you need that resource, I'm always available. The Sergeant Major and I are going to go to the Fort Hood Stadium. I think some of you are coming along. We've got to have a discussion with the soldiers now. So I've had a discussion with the leadership here on Fort Hood this morning, and now it's time to talk to their soldiers. And I think that's important so that we build some expectations into, how we're going to move together as a team, because we all are on the same team. So thank you again for coming, and thanks for your support to our Army. As we say in the Army, everybody's a safety officer, right? Everybody can help. This is your Army. And so, continue with the great support and tell the truth and help us see ourselves better, and we'll make corrections along the way. Okay, thanks, everybody.
If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and this is News Now from Fox. We bring you the latest headlines from around the country, raw and unfiltered. Now, today at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we plan to bring you all a live feed from the Bloomberg American Health Summit. Now, they will have medical leaders from around the country, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, as they address critical challenges to public health in the United States in light of the coronavirus. Again, we will bring you this live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time right here on News Now from Fox. Now, some of our audience will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our viewers, I want to bring you all to Philadelphia for their latest COVID-19 update.
His response to COVID-19. This is for press only, and if you are not a member of the press, please log out and watch on one of the live streams. We will begin our briefing with opening remarks from Mayor Kenny. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mike, and good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm speaking to you from home because I'm again in quarantine after being exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID-19. You may recall I also quarantined back in mid-September for 2 weeks. I'm free of any symptoms and I'm planning to get tested soon. Like the last time, I mentioned this not to focus on myself, but to remind everyone that the virus is still here and we must remain vigilant. So if you find yourself in a similar situation, exposed to someone who tests positive, do the right thing and self-quarantine. I'm adhering to the CDC's latest guidelines to quarantine for 10 days unless I get a negative COVID test after 7 days. We're still working very hard to flatten the curve, and self-quarantining is a crucial way that anyone who's been exposed can help to accomplish. On a different safety-related topic, I want to reinforce a message our fire department shared this afternoon at their Christmas tree safety tips demonstration. Now is the time of year when many Philadelphia families are bringing Christmas trees into their home. A Christmas tree, for those who celebrate, is certainly going to bring some welcome cheer into homes as we close out this tremendously difficult year. But a safe holiday season means properly choosing and caring for natural cut Christmas trees. So please remember these basic tips from the great members of the fire department. Buy a tree with fresh needles that don't fall off when touched. Cut 2 inches off the base of the trunk to allow the tree to better absorb water from the tree stand. Water the tree daily because dried out trees are a fire hazard. Don't place your tree near exits, stairs, or heat sources. If you use tree lights, make sure they are designated for indoor use and that the cords are not frayed. And never leave lighted trees unattended. We hope that this holiday season is magical for everyone, so we need to avoid any such potential tragedies. And now Dr. Farley has his update on COVID-19. Doc?
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, we are seeing a spike in case counts from the coronavirus infection here and across the United States to record highs, likely caused by social gatherings that happened over Thanksgiving, on top of already high case counts. So this is an extremely dangerous period in this epidemic. I can't emphasize enough the importance of people following safety precautions now. Here are the numbers. Since this time yesterday, we've identified 1,408 new cases of the coronavirus infection in Philadelphia residents by the PCR test, the regular test, bringing us to a total of 75,458 since the beginning of the epidemic. And in addition, 108 new probable cases diagnosed by the rapid antigen test. Now, we're having delays in laboratory reporting results to us, and it makes it difficult for us to follow the trends in the epidemic. But the pattern we're seeing is clearly a decrease in the number of cases daily before Thanksgiving, followed by a sharp increase after Thanksgiving. So let me give you a sense by looking at the past 3 weeks. For the past week, November 29th through December 5th, we averaged 910 cases per day so far, but we expect more to be reported in the future. And of the people tested last week, 12.7% tested positive. Now, the previous week, November 22nd to November 28th, we averaged 820 cases per day, and 10.6% of the people tested positive. The week before that, November 15th and November 21st, we averaged 951 cases per day and 11.1% tested positive. So you can see the cases were falling until late last week, and then there was a sudden increase. Now, while the increase in cases in Philadelphia was big, the spike was even bigger elsewhere. In Pennsylvania as a whole, they were reporting some 5,000 to 8,000 cases per day through the end of November. Then on November 3rd and 4th, they reported more than 12,000 cases each day. Now, the United States as a whole, it has now hit an all-time high of more than 200,000 cases in single days late last week. Why are we seeing this big increase? Well, the answer is Thanksgiving. The spike in cases happened suddenly in most states in the United States at the same time. And the cases started about 5 days after Thanksgiving, which is a typical length and incubation period for the coronavirus. And then we have plenty of stories from our case interviews of people that got together or Thanksgiving gatherings. So here's one, for example. There's a woman named Maria. That's not her real name, but the purpose of this, Maria. It's a woman in her 20s. She had symptoms the day before Thanksgiving. She gathered with 10 family members on Thanksgiving anyway. And after Thanksgiving, she went in and got tested, and she tested positive. Shortly thereafter, her family members started developing symptoms. And at this point, at least 7 others at that gathering have already tested positive. Stories like that happen across the city, across the state, and across the nation. Now, back here in Philadelphia, what's happening in nursing homes? We're continuing to see clusters of cases in them. For the weeks of November 15th and November 22nd, we were at more than 160 cases each. Now, that's not as high as we saw in the spring. We saw more than 700 cases in a single week. But a big increase from the 10 to 15 cases per week we saw in the summertime. And we now have 50 nursing home residents with COVID in our COVID relief unit, where they're in part to protect the other residents in the nursing homes where they got their infection. What about our city's hospitals? Well, the number of people hospitalized with COVID is still growing in the state of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. The state of Pennsylvania as a whole is growing very rapidly. There were more than 5,400 patients with COVID in hospitals yesterday. 2 weeks ago, that was 3,400, so risen more than 2,000 in just 2 weeks. And that 5,400 is nearly twice as high as the peak of 2,800 saw last spring. Back here in Philadelphia, there were 886 patients hospitalized with COVID this morning. That's an increase of about 200 from 2 weeks ago. And the hospitals are clearly showing signs of strain. Now, they have enough beds, but they're having difficulty maintaining staffing. In the past 2 weeks, the epidemic has been its worst in the northeast section of Philadelphia, so the hospitals in that area have been particularly hard hit. Hospitals are talking to each other, and they'll be moving patients around as necessary to even the load. What about deaths? Well, unfortunately, I have to report that since yesterday, we've identified 52 deaths from the coronavirus among Philadelphia residents, bringing us to a total of 2,107 since the beginning of the epidemic. Now, our data from deaths is typically delayed, and it often comes in batches like that. But overall, there's clearly a sharply rising trend. For the week of November 15th, there were 47 deaths so far. The week of November 22nd, there were 65 deaths so far, but we expect more. This is a big increase from the 10 deaths per week we saw in September. We're on track to have several hundred more deaths before the end of the year. What about testing? Well, with increased demand for testing, our testing sites are busy. Appointments are difficult to get at some of our sites, and the laboratories are backed up, and so to a certain extent there are delays in getting test results. On average, maybe 3 to 4 days. At some laboratories, people get the results instead of 1 to 2 days. There's some people we've heard that have gotten the results back as late as 7 days after they were tested. So during this time when it may be difficult for people to get tested, it's important for people to remember the priorities. It's most important for people to be tested if they have symptoms or if they've been exposed to COVID. For others, remember, testing is not a substitute for wearing masks and keeping distance from other people. Because if you test positive, you need to wear a mask and stay away from others. And if you test negative, you need to wear a mask and stay away from others. Testing is not a substitute for mask and distance. Now, as the mayor mentioned, there are now new recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control on the quarantine period. Previously, if you're exposed to someone with COVID, the recommendation was to quarantine for 14 days after the last exposure. With the new guidance, if you're exposed, you should quarantine for 10 days after the last exposure. Or there's an option that you can end a quarantine after 7 days if you have a negative test. That test can be no more than 48 days old. The rationale here is that there are very few people will turn positive after more than 10 days since exposure. Some, but not many. And if the quarantine period is shorter, 10 days instead of 14, we hope that more people will stick with it. Philadelphia will follow this CDC guidance, and it's our shortened summary of it is posted on our website. Now, overall, we hit some pretty grim milestones last week. So it's worth thinking how severe this epidemic has been in the city. We now have more than 75,000 people who've been infected with this virus, nearly 10,000 people who've been hospitalized, and more than 2,000 people who have died just in 9 months. The epidemic has touched us all. Everyone knows someone who's been infected. About half of Philadelphia residents know someone who's been hospitalized, and it's very common for Philadelphia residents to know someone who has died. Unfortunately, even though it's been 9 months, the epidemic is not in the past yet, not at all. Most people in Philadelphia are still susceptible to this virus, still susceptible to this infection. There are still many more people who could get infected, who could become hospitalized, and who could die if we don't prevent the virus from spreading. Now, we have more holidays coming up, and in the past holiday, I believe most people followed our recommendations to not have large family gatherings, but too many people didn't. And we can't afford to have more case spikes like this Thanksgiving spike. We just can't afford to do that. Which brings us to our restrictions. Our safer at home restrictions rules went into effect on November 20th. They are in effect at least through January 1st. Remind people that means no indoor gatherings, no indoor gatherings, no indoor dining, no indoor sports, no indoor gyms, museums, or libraries. And for retail stores, people are required to wear masks, and there's a limit on the number of people in the store of no more than 5 per 1,000 square feet. Detailed guidance for all different settings that we have guidance for is at our website, www.phila.gov/saferathome. I believe these restrictions prevented the increase that we saw last week from being even worse. So we're asking everyone to take them seriously, to follow the rules and follow the recommendations. Now, let me end on a little more hopeful note about vaccination. The FDA is reviewing results of the studies of these 2 vaccines right now. And they apparently just released evidence of one of the trials this morning. I've not had a chance to review it yet, but I'm hopeful about that. If that first vaccine, that's the vaccine produced by the Pfizer company, if it's approved later this week, we are likely to start offering that vaccine here in Philadelphia next week. And the second vaccine coming down the pike, Moderna vaccine, could possibly be approved a week later. And if so, then we may start vaccinating with that the following week. And with both of these vaccines, we will have limited doses. And our first priority group is going to be healthcare workers who are routinely exposed to coronavirus. And we'll widen the group that gets vaccine as more vaccine becomes available in the coming weeks and months. So what should everyone do in the meantime? It's safer at home. Stay away from people other than your household members. Work from home unless it's impossible for you to work from home. And when you're around anyone who's not a household member, make sure you wear masks. Our website with all this information is www.phila.gov/COVID. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Farley. Now let's go to Armando for the Spanish language translations of the mayor's and Dr. Farley's comments.
Palabras del alcalde Jim Kenney para el 8 de diciembre de 2020.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this commercial break.
De que nuevamente está en cuarentena, luego de haber estado expuesto a alguien que dio positivo al COVID-19. Como pueden recordar, él también se puso en cuarentena a mediados de septiembre. No tiene ningún síntoma y planea hacerse la prueba pronto. Este es un recordatorio para todos que el virus todavía está aquí y que debemos permanecer alerta. Entonces, si usted se encuentra en una situación familiar, ha sido expuesto a alguien que dio positivo, haga lo correcto y póngase en cuarentena. Adhiérase a las últimas pautas de los Centros de Control de Enfermedades o CDC sobre la cuarentena durante 10 días, a menos que venga una prueba de COVID negativa después de 7 días. Estamos trabajando mucho para aplanar esta curva y la autocuarentena es una forma crucial de ayudar para cualquier persona que haya estado expuesta. En un tema diferente relacionado con la seguridad, quiero reforzar un mensaje que nuestro Departamento de Bomberos compartió esta tarde en su demostración de consejos de seguridad para el árbol de Navidad. La época del año en que muchas familias de Filadelfia están llevando árboles de Navidad a sus hogares. Un árbol de Navidad, para aquellos que celebran esta fecha, sin duda traerá un poco de alegría a los hogares a cerrar este año que ha sido tremendamente difícil. Pero una temporada navideña segura significa elegir y cuidar adecuadamente los árboles de Navidad naturales. Por lo tanto, tenga en cuenta estos consejos básicos de los miembros del Departamento de Bomberos de Filadelfia. Compre un árbol con ramas frescas que no se caigan al tocarlas. Corte 2 pulgadas de la base del tronco para permitir que el árbol absorba mejor el agua. Riegue el árbol a diario, porque los árboles secos representan un peligro de incendio. No coloque el árbol cerca de salidas, escaleras o fuentes de calor. Si usa luces para decorar su árbol, asegúrese de que están diseñadas para uso en interiores y que los cables no estén desgastados. Y nunca, nunca deje los árboles iluminados sin vigilancia. Queremos que esta temporada navideña sea mágica para todos, por lo que debemos evitar estas posibles tragedias. Y gracias a todos por su cooperación. Y esta es la actualización en materia de salud para el día 8 de diciembre del 2020. Es importante destacar que ha habido un aumento impactante en los casos reportados, no solamente en Filadelfia, sino en todos los Estados Unidos. Esto probablemente se deba a las reuniones sociales por el Día de Acción de Gracias. Este es un periodo extremadamente peligroso. Y comenzamos con los números. reportamos 1.408 casos nuevos. Estos resultados se han obtenido a través de las pruebas de PCR. El total de casos al día de hoy es 75.458 casos. Reportamos también 108 casos probables por las pruebas rápidas de antígenos. Los retrasos en los laboratorios hacen que las tendencias sean difíciles de seguir, pero el descenso de los casos antes del Día de Acción de Gracias fue seguido de un gran aumento. La semana del 29 de noviembre al 5 de diciembre, el promedio fue de 910 casos por día, aunque esperamos que este número aumente. El 12,7% de los casos han resultado positivos. La semana previa, del 22 de noviembre al 28 de noviembre, el promedio de casos fue de 820 casos diarios y el porcentaje de casos positivos fue 11,1%. Los casos fueron descendiendo hasta el final de la semana pasada y luego hubo un incremento súbito. Mientras que el incremento en Filadelfia fue grande, en otras partes ha sido aún mayor. A fines de noviembre, en Pensilvania, estábamos recibiendo informes de 5.000 a 8.000 casos diarios, pero el 3 y 4 de diciembre se reportaron más de 12.000 casos por día. Al final de la semana pasada, en los Estados Unidos, alcanzamos el mayor número de casos reportados, con más de 200.000 casos diarios. ¿Por qué pasa esto? Primero, por las reuniones del Día de Acción de Gracias. El aumento en los casos ocurrió repentinamente al mismo tiempo en la mayoría de los estados de los Estados Unidos. Los casos comenzaron a reportarse unos 5 días después de la duración del periodo de incubación. Y muchas entrevistas nos revelan casos en que el contagio se produjo en las reuniones por el Día de Acción de Gracias. Por ejemplo, María, y este es un nombre ficticio, una mujer de 20 años presentaba síntomas el día anterior al Día de Acción de Gracias. De todos modos, ella compartió la celebración de Acción de Gracias con 10 miembros de su familia. El día después del Día de Acción de Gracias, María dio positivo a la prueba y poco después otros desarrollaron síntomas. Y al menos otras 7 personas que participaron en su celebración han resultado positivas al COVID hasta ahora. En las casas hogares se continúa viendo también el aumento de los casos. Para la semana del 15 de noviembre al 22 de noviembre se reportaron 160 casos por semana. No es tan alto como el repunte que tuvimos en la primavera, en el cual reportábamos 700 casos semanales. Pero sin embargo, este es un gran incremento de los 10 a 15 casos semanales que tuvimos entre agosto y septiembre. Hay 50 residentes de las casas de ancianos que están en la unidad de alivio y prevención del COVID. En cuanto a los hospitales, el número de pacientes hospitalizados con COVID sigue creciendo en Filadelfia y también en Pensilvania. Los números han ido subiendo, 5.400 el día de ayer, cuando hace 2 semanas eran 3.400 personas hospitalizadas. Esto es casi el doble del pico de la primavera, fue de 2.800 casos. En Filadelfia, al día de ayer, 886 personas fueron hospitalizadas por el COVID. Este es un aumento de aproximadamente 200 personas con respecto al número que teníamos hace 2 semanas. Los hospitales tienen suficientes camas, pero dificultad para mantener el personal necesario. En las últimas 2 semanas, la epidemia empeoró en el noreste, por lo que los hospitales en esa área de Filadelfia se ven particularmente afectados. Los hospitales van a reubicar a sus pacientes para nivelar la carga según sea necesario. Con respecto a las muertes, hoy reportamos 52, con un total de 2.107 personas fallecidas. Estamos recibiendo los datos con retrasos, ya que estos tienen grupos, pero la tendencia apunta al incremento de estas cifras. La semana del 15 de noviembre se reportaron 47 muertes. La semana del 22 de noviembre, 65 muertes semanales hasta ahora, pero esperamos que todos estos números suban. Y todo esto refleja un incremento en relación al número que se reportó en septiembre, que era de solo 10 muertes semanales. En cuanto a las pruebas, hay una mayor demanda de las pruebas y por lo tanto los sitios de pruebas están bastante ocupados. Hay retrasos para obtener citas porque es difícil obtenerlas. Hay retrasos también para obtener resultados que pueden tardar de 3 a 4 días en lugar de 1 a 2 días. Las pruebas son más importantes para aquellos que tienen síntomas, para aquellos que han estado expuestos. Para otros, recuerde que las pruebas no son un sustituto de las máscaras y de la distancia social. Si su prueba sale positiva, usted necesita usar su máscara y mantenerse alejado de los demás. Si la prueba sale negativa, necesita usar su mascarilla y mantenerse alejado de los demás. Repito, las pruebas no sustituyen las máscaras de la distancia social. Hay también nuevas recomendaciones de los CDC respecto al periodo de cuarentena. Previamente, si estuvo expuesto, debía guardar cuarentena por 14 días después de su última exposición. Según la nueva guía, si está expuesto, debe guardar cuarentena durante 10 días. Y puede finalizar la cuarentena después de 7 días si la prueba es negativa. Pero la prueba no puede tener más de 48 horas. La justificación para este cambio es que hay muy pocas personas que se vuelven positivas después de más de 10 días tras su exposición. Y si el periodo de cuarentena es más corto, esperamos que más personas cumplan con ello. Y Filadelfia seguirá esta guía. Hemos alcanzado varios hitos sombríos la semana pasada. Vale la pena pensar en la gravedad de esta epidemia. Más de 75.000 casos, casi 10.000 personas hospitalizadas y ya sobrepasamos las 2.000 muertes. Esto nos ha tocado a todos. Todos conocen a alguien que ha estado infectado. Aproximadamente la mitad de los residentes de Filadelfia conocen a alguien que ha sido hospitalizado. Es común que los residentes de Filadelfia conozcan también a alguien que ha muerto por el COVID. Desafortunadamente, a pesar que han pasado 9 meses, la epidemia aún no ha concluido. La mayoría de las personas en Filadelfia todavía son susceptibles y todavía hay muchas más personas que podrían infectarse, ser hospitalizadas o morir si no evitamos que el virus se propague. Y se nos acercan las celebraciones de diciembre y no podemos permitirnos tener más picos de casos como el pico que hemos tenido por el Día de Acción de Gracias. Con respecto a las restricciones, las reglas de más seguro en casa seguirán vigentes hasta el 1 de enero. No se permiten reuniones en espacios cerrados, ni cenas, ni deportes, gimnasios, museos o bibliotecas. En el caso de las tiendas, se requiere el uso de las mascarillas. Hay un límite en el número de personas que es de 5 personas por cada 1.000 pies cuadrados. Hay orientación detallada que puede encontrarse en philadelphia.gov/safer at home. Creemos que estas restricciones evitaron que el aumento de la semana pasada fuera aún peor, y les rogamos a todos que se tomen en serio el virus y que cumplan las reglas y las recomendaciones. Pasando al tema de las vacunas, la Administración de Alimentos y Medicamentos está revisando los resultados de los estudios ahora. Si la vacuna de Pfizer se aprueba a finales de esta semana, es probable que comience a vacunarse la próxima semana. La vacuna de Moderna posiblemente será aprobada una semana después y se podría empezar a vacunar en 2 semanas. Quiero ser enfático. Tendremos dosis limitadas en esta primera etapa. Los trabajadores de atención médica que se exponen habitualmente al COVID tendrán la primera prioridad. Ese criterio se ampliará cuando haya más vacunas disponibles en las próximas semanas y meses. ¿Qué deberían entonces hacer los habitantes de Filadelfia? Quedarse en su casa. Están más seguros allí. Trabajar desde casa a menos que les sea imposible. Y cuando esté cerca de alguien que no sea miembro de su hogar, por favor, use una mascarilla. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you, Armando. And we're now going to move to the Q&A portion for members of the press. And today we are again joined by Managing Director Umar Alexander. Because of limited time, only one representative from each media outlet is permitted to ask questions in the initial round, and reporters are asked to limit their questions to 3 or fewer. We are limiting the first round of questions to the topic of COVID-19. So if you have questions on other topics, please hold them for a second round if there is time. And if your hand is raised now and it's not about COVID, please lower it, and we will let you know when we open it up to broader topics. For now, let's get started with Jeff Cole of Fox 29.
Yeah, all for Dr. Farley, 3 for Dr. Farley on COVID. Dr. Farley, yesterday the governor of Pennsylvania said that he may impose new restrictions and will make the decision fairly soon. He, like you, have raised concerns about hospitals. Dr. Farley, from what you've seen, do you see a need for further restrictions throughout the Commonwealth and in the city of Philadelphia? Do you think you're close to that in any way?
Well, when we put our restrictions in place, we did recommend that other areas around us put in place similar restrictions. And I do think that's necessary right now. I don't know that we need to put in additional restrictions in Philadelphia, but I do think having consistency of the restrictions across the rest of the state would be very valuable, even to us in the city.
Did you actually have contact with Delaware County and Chester County and Montgomery County? Did they refuse to do that when you asked them? I remember you asking that you were going to say that you wanted that. Did they refuse that?
it wasn't a refusal, and I did not talk to them directly about it. But I think that there may be some questions in their mind about their legal authority to do that.
Okay. You've talked about, you said if it's approved this week, the Pfizer vaccine, we may see it next week. You may have been asked this, but Governor Murphy has actually laid out specific numbers of doses that he expected the state to get. Do you have a number for the number of doses you expect to get in the city of Philadelphia if it's approved this week?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't. We've gotten many numbers from the federal government, but each one of them, they say it may change, and those numbers frequently have changed. So we won't know how many doses we get until we actually get them.
Are Temple and Einstein...
All right, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Brandon Hudson of NBC 10.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. Sorry, good afternoon, everybody. I just had 3 questions for Dr. Farley. You had mentioned the vaccine approvals with the vaccine doses possibly being available as early as next week for Pfizer, then the week after that for Moderna. Is that going to be like I guess, how do you administer that? Is it like where can people get it, and how is it going to how are people going to be able to go get these vaccines?
So that the first group are going to be...
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening into the latest COVID-19 updates from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our audience, we will continue to listen in.
Hospitals, we will give the vaccine to the hospitals, and they will vaccinate their own staff. We will have people who go into nursing homes to vaccinate nursing home staff. We'll come up with other mechanisms for people who are not affiliated with those large institutions.
How realistic are you looking at as far as getting through all 4 of the phases from phase 1 to phase 4, and how soon can that happen?
Well, there are 3 phases. There's 1A, 1B, and then 2 and 3. But that really depends on how quickly the manufacturers can produce doses and deliver them to us. We have some sense of how many they can deliver before the end of the year, but we really haven't got much information about how quickly we will get additional doses through the first part of 2021. I think that we can probably administer them and distribute those doses in Philadelphia as quickly as they can produce them, but we just don't have good information about how quickly they can produce them.
All right, and last question, just talking with people in Philly and in the suburbs, would Philly be the first place to get it and then it's the surrounding suburbs? Or have you talked about how that plan will happen?
So the vaccines are distributed from the Centers for Disease Control, and they go in general to state governments to distribute across their state. However, there are a few big cities that get vaccine directly from the CDC, and Philadelphia is one of them. So we'll get vaccine to cover the city of Philadelphia, and then the state government in Harrisburg will get vaccine to cover the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, and those vaccines will come out at the same time.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Let's go to David Murrell of Philadelphia Magazine.
Hi, first question for Mayor Kenny. I just had a sort of big picture philosophical question about strategy in terms of combating the pandemic. So, in Europe, different countries have sort of kept schools open while closing businesses totally during their most recent lockdown, whereas, in the US and including Philadelphia, the latest restrictions haven't been quite as severe, but schools are still closed. My question is, how much of the decision-making there and the distinction between what's happening here versus in Europe is simply different public health calculus, and how much of it is, for instance, an acknowledgement of the sort of revenue situation in Philadelphia where absent federal support, the city can't necessarily afford a wider shutdown this time around?
I believe that all of our decisions were made based on science and medicine. I take my advice from Dr. Farley and the other public health professionals, and there's really been no other oculus to look at it through.
So do you, in terms of I guess I'm also just interested too then, given that, schools have obviously been closed for a long time and there were restaurants open at least until the latest round of shutdown. I mean, maybe this is a question for Dr. Farley then, but could you just give a kind of comparison of, does that reality mean that schools are then taken to be more dangerous vectors of spread compared to restaurants?
Well, just to clarify something here, it's always been our position that schools in Philadelphia can be open if they follow safety precautions. We have allowed the schools to be open until the most recent restrictions where we said that high schools need to go online only. But there are schools that have been open since the beginning at the elementary and middle school level, and we're working closely with them. We do think that having schools be open and children being educated is important. And we have noticed the European model that they have been able to control this epidemic by shutting down a number of businesses and allowing schools to be open. And so that was a model that we looked to in coming up with the restrictions that we used here.
Just the last question, as it relates to vaccination, do you have any sense of sort of where teachers would fall on that prioritization list, and if the school district of Philadelphia is sort of thinking of reopening if that would be tied in any way to vaccination of teachers or not, and staff?
I think it's too early to say that. I will say that there is sort of second category workers that are called essential workers or critical infrastructure workers. So workers who have lots of contact with other people are going to be in that group. So if there are teachers who are actively teaching, then it would make sense that they would be in that. But we haven't fully defined who's in that full essential worker or critical infrastructure worker group yet.
Thanks.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Jack Tomczyk of the Metro.
Hello, everyone. These questions are for Dr. Farley. I was wondering, do you have any idea of the capacity to store the vaccine in the city of Philadelphia? Because I know if it needs to be stored for long periods, it needs to be in ultra cold freezers.
Yeah, capacity for storage is not a problem here. We have a few freezers in the health department, and there are freezers in hospitals across the city that do ultra cold. And the vaccine doesn't take up a lot of space. I should point out a tray of the vaccines that has about 1,000 doses has been referred to as the pizza box, to give you a sense of how big it is. Not that big, and you don't have to have many of those trays to get to 40, 50,000 doses. So storage is not a problem.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
All right, thank you, Jack. Let's go to Maggie Kent of 6 ABC.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question is for Dr. Farley as well. It's in regards to hospitalizations and the numbers that we're seeing there. I understand you mentioned that hospital bed capacity isn't a concern. Do you forecast or project that being a concern? You did mention, however, staffing is a concern. Are you seeing that there is enough PPE for staff, that staffers are being exposed at a higher level? And to sum all of this up, would you consider reopening an overflow site or even having some nurses and doctors come in from other states as we saw early on in the pandemic?
Yeah, so our numbers are 886 patients in hospitals right now. In the spring, we had as many as 1,000 at a given time. We know it can handle that, although that wasn't easy. I expect that if our current trends continue, we will be over 1,000. So I'm concerned about all of our resources being depleted in the hospitals. At the moment, our biggest concern is the ability to maintain staffing. Even if you have a bed, if you don't have nurses to take care of them, that's a problem. We don't seem to be having problems right now with PPE. There does seem to be enough PPE, unlike in the spring. I am worried if things get much higher, they may have trouble with bed space. As far as overflow space, we do have the overflow space that we refer to as the COVID relief unit. That serves nursing home level patients. It can help nursing homes, and it also to a certain extent can be a relief valve for hospitals. And we're likewise looking for other places like that where the patients who are low acuity, who don't need the very intensive care, could be to free up a bed in a hospital.
Okay, and is there a reason why you're seeing staffing shortages right now that you can point to?
I think the reason is that every hospital in the state, every hospital in the country is being very hard hit right now. And when hospitals tend to be full, they go to staffing agencies for temporary staffing, and those staffing agencies can't find them because they're being deployed to other hospitals across the region. So unlike in the spring where the epidemic was pretty concentrated in Philadelphia, this epidemic is everywhere. So this is a subject that everyone's going to face, and I actually think it's probably worse across the rest of the state of Pennsylvania than it is in Philadelphia right now, but it's a problem everywhere.
Okay.
Maggie, are you, I think that was 3, right?
It was 2, but I think I'm
okay,
set. Thank you.
Go ahead then. I may have miscounted, but if you have one more, go ahead.
Yes, I know you mentioned, Dr. Farley, that you didn't have any numbers about the early vaccines, but you did have numbers about what you expect by the end of the year when it comes to doses. Do you have those numbers? I know you didn't have specifics on the early round.
We don't have hard numbers on that. I can tell you it's going to be in the tens of thousands of doses. It's not going to be in the hundreds of thousands, but how many tens of thousands, we don't know.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. Let's go now to Martin Pratt of Philly YBN. Martin?
Yes, this question is for Dr. Farley. Dr. Farley, thinking about solutions when the limitations that are upon restaurants or in gymnasiums and salons and churches are rolled back, is there any guidance from the health department as to what business owners can do to air purify their places? Have you guys been looking at some of this stuff? I've been reading about photocatalytic oxidation to destroy particles as low as a nanometer.
Yeah, so we have recommendations for what we call it ventilation, but it includes in there how they should manage their heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Excuse me. And we also have that embedded in our recommendations for a variety of different settings. Now, I know what you're talking about is just sort of one specific technology in an HVAC system. I'm not convinced that that technology, which is being sold as being, really important, I'm sure that's as important as it is being sold as. I think that just the volume of airflow and the idea of introducing outside air may be more important than, the filtration or what happens to the air when it's circulated through the system. So we have our recommendations out there, and we'll continue to look at that and see if those need to be altered as the science advances.
Has there been any movement regarding cloth masks versus actual K95? Have we seen any kind of new information regarding cloth masks and their effectiveness?
The reviews and the data, as I've interpreted it, mainly show that the KN95 masks and the surgical masks are the best and similar as far as their protective value. And cloth masks are not as good, but they're still very protective. And so if everyone wears a cloth mask, we're going to be doing fine. And if people are in a high risk situation, then it'd be better for them to use the KN95 or the surgical mask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Let's go now to Dale Mezzacappa of Chalkbeat.
Good afternoon. Thanks. I had a question about teachers, but I guess you answered that you don't know yet exactly when, where they may fall in the hierarchy, or other educators. So, Dr. Farley, can you say anything more about the schools? How many schools remain open?
NewsNOW from Fox will return right after this commercial break.
Any you have seen as a result of the schools being open?
And so we know of, there are approximately 100 schools in the city that are open. I don't have an exact number. I think in the past I've said about 95. We are working with every school that we are aware of cases having been reported from in students or in staff. We work very closely with those schools to see if we can help them contain the spread there and to try to understand how it might have spread. At this point, we're up to, I believe it's 16 schools that it looks like they did have some spread in the school. It may have been 2 or 3 people, it may have been more. So there clearly is evidence that it can spread in schools, and a number of schools have had to close because of the spread, but most of the schools have not had that sort of experience.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing about the access centers, maybe you're not the right person to ask this, the mayor may know, whether the access centers are being used to capacity and whether there's been any spread in those. That's where the students go if they don't have internet at home or they need supervision during the day.
I don't have the answer to that question, but we'll give the press office back to you this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is just a general one about schools. I mean, do you how important do you put having schools reopen before you're saying they don't anticipate them being open for the rest of the school year. And part of the reason is some of the ventilation issues that Dr. Farley was talking about. how much you're going to prioritize trying to get them open, or is that all just going to depend on what's happening with the virus?
I think we'll have a better idea once we get through this winter and closer into the spring as to what our situation is from a spread standpoint, and also what availability the teachers are, and whether or not they get vaccinated as a priority or not.
Would you push for them to be a priority?
I mean, I'd certainly like to get schools back open again and have it done safely. Yeah, I mean, they are a priority for us. They're not the same as a ICU nurse, but they do have priority from our perspective.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dal. Let's go to Isabel Sanchez of Telemundo.
Hi there. Hola, Armando. Mis preguntas son en referencia a lo que dijo el Dr. Farley. Ya las respondió, pero necesitamos la información en español. Y realmente me gustaría que hiciera referencia una vez más sobre las dosis de vacuna en la ciudad y lo que se espera tanto para finales de año como lo que se espera para el 2021.
This is a question that Dr. Farley has already touched, but we need it in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking audience, and we would like to have your words once more about the dosage of the vaccine, the city approach to administration of the vaccine, what can we expect towards the end of the year and throughout or on to 2021.
So the city will be getting, if the vaccine is approved this week, the city will be getting vaccine next week and will distribute it to healthcare workers who are regularly exposed to COVID. I'll translate that much.
Si la vacuna se aprueba esta semana, la estaremos recibiendo la semana siguiente y se va a distribuir a los trabajadores de la salud que están expuestos al COVID de forma regular.
And I'm sorry, I forgot the rest of the question.
Yes, the rest of the question is what you expect to be happening in terms of the vaccine towards the end of this year and on to 2021.
The only other thing I'll say is we do not know at this point how many doses we're going to be getting in the weeks and months in the early part of 2021, but we will disseminate the vaccine as quickly as we get it.
Lo único que puedo decir es que todavía en este momento no sabemos cuántas dosis vayamos a recibir en las próximas semanas y meses.
We're listening to the latest COVID-19 updates out of Philadelphia. Right now, some of our audience will see a quick commercial break. News Now from Fox will be right back.
Sé que él mencionó que, por ejemplo, los trabajadores de los hospitales la recibirían dentro de los hospitales. De nuevo, ya lo respondió, pero nos gustaría la respuesta en español.
And this would like to address where the vaccine would be distributed. You've already said that healthcare workers would likely get it in hospital settings. Where would be other places where the vaccine would be administered?
It could be a variety of places. We haven't worked that out yet, but we'll try to make it in a way where convenient sites for people to travel to.
Todavía no hemos decidido dónde se van a administrar estas vacunas, pero va a ser en lugares que fueran convenientes para que la gente pudiera llegar a estos sitios.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Isabel. And let's go now to Mike Donofrio of the Tribune.
Hey, everybody. Thanks. So I just have three questions here. Has the administration, I know you kind of already touched on this, but has the administration developed a plan for when residents and staff inside correctional facilities and detention centers will receive the vaccine?
They would generally fall in the category of essential workers, critical infrastructure workers. And so that's not in the very first group, but that would be likely in the next group.
And just to be sure, because you said workers, are inmates included in that list as well?
That inmates would fall in the category of people who live in congregate settings. And people who live in congregate settings are in phase one. Exactly where they're going to be in phase one, I think, is yet to be worked out.
All right. And if you could just maybe reiterate, does the administration believe the first distribution of the vaccine should include inmates, residents in these correctional facilities?
I think they're important, and it's important to do them soon. I just don't want to commit to that right now because I don't know the plans of my staff that are working this out.
All right. And then I guess just lastly, have there been any deaths in correctional facilities this year due to COVID? I can't remember.
Hey, Mike, we are actually joined by Prisons Commissioner Blanche Carney. Commissioner Carney, are you able to turn on your microphone and video and can address that question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dunn. Commissioner Carney, we've had one inmate death related to COVID-19 and one employee death related to COVID-19.
Okay. I guess that's 3. Thanks. Frozen here.
Mike Dunn, you there?
Yeah, I apologize. I need failed to unmute myself, but let's go now to Pat Loeb of KYW Radio. Pat, you're up.
Hi, this is also a prison question. Will you be offering testing for guards or even mandating it for guards given the surge in the prisons? Commissioner Carney, Dr. Farley, tomorrow, I'm not sure who wants to answer.
Good afternoon again. We are exploring that option for testing. We're exploring that, yes.
Okay. And I guess, Mayor or Tumar, we hear the flower show will be moved outdoors this year because of COVID. This is an important tourism event for the city, and I wondered if the city was in on the plan to move it to FDR Park.
I know about the plan to move it there. We're supportive of it. I don't have all the details yet as to where everything will be situated, but it's a lovely place to have it, and hopefully we'll hope for good weather.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Let's go now to Sean Walsh of the Inquirer.
Thanks very much. First question is for Dr. Farley. You touched on this a little bit, but could you describe sort of end-to-end the chain of custody for vaccines that will reach Philadelphia? Is the city the middleman, or does it go directly from the CDC to Philadelphia hospitals, that type of thing?
Yes. My understanding is that it is stored at the manufacturer, and then it goes from the manufacturer through a distributor at the direction of the CDC to us here in Philadelphia. We will receive it here. We will distribute it. We will store some of it ourselves, and we'll store some of it at hospitals around the city. And then the vaccination sites will get it from either us or from those hospitals where it's stored at.
Gotcha. Thanks. And for the mayor, I hope you are doing well in quarantine, that you don't have the virus. But we were curious if you were exposed to this through someone on the job or in your personal life. Was this while you were?
I'm not going to disclose the contact. It's not fair to that person.
Okay, gotcha. And then last one for Dr. Farley. Sorry, let me just pull this up here from another reporter. Oh, yeah. Can vulnerable people in the general population with underlying health issues or advanced age, should they expect to be possibly receiving a vaccine by the end of the year or soon thereafter?
Not likely by the end of the year. They're, I believe, in phase 2. As much as we know that people are vulnerable and they're reasonably concerned, there are many, many people in there. You know, a very large percentage of the entire city falls in that category. And so we're going to need to have a lot of vaccine in order to cover those people.
Great. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Sean. We're going to go to Denise Clay, but I just wanted to note that after Denise, we have a few minutes for questions in a second round. But for now, Denise Clay of the Philadelphia Sun.
Yes, my question's for Dr. Farley. You were talking a little bit about the staff shortages that hospitals may be experiencing due to folks being used in other places that you would normally get from staffing agencies. Has there been any thought of reaching out to the medical schools in the city, since we have quite a few of them, and seeing if maybe people who are about to finish up their studies and are, you know, looking for an opportunity to apply their craft using those students?
I think that probably the first staff that are likely to run short are not doctors, but nurses. But I take your point, and I don't know, you'd have to talk to the hospitals and see whether they are tapping into nursing students in addition to regular nurses.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Denise. And seeing no further questions, thank you, everybody. We will continue these next Tuesday.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Some of you will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our audience, we're going to check in with our sister station in Philadelphia for the latest coronavirus updates.
This virus is not slowing down, but here in Philly, we may soon have the tools to protect ourselves as early as next week. And that is good news for doctors and nurses on the front lines who have seen the worst of the COVID-19 virus. Philadelphia city health officials say that if the Pfizer vaccine is approved by the FDA, a limited number of doses could be coming our way. To make news even better, Moderna, the second vaccine, is also showing signs of progress. If approved, that vaccine could be coming to Philly later this month, according to the city's top doc, Dr. Farley. We know the priority group to receive this vaccine are healthcare workers who are exposed to COVID-19 every day. Most people shouldn't expect to get the vaccine this year. Dr. Farley explains just how fast the vaccine could come to Philly.
That really depends on how quickly the manufacturers can produce doses and deliver them to us. We have some sense of how many they can deliver before the end of the year, but we really haven't got much information about how quickly we will get additional doses through the first part of 2021. I think that we can probably administer them and distribute those doses in Philadelphia as quickly as they can produce them.
And city leaders say they have been in talks with the federal government, but we won't know exactly how many doses are coming to Philadelphia until they actually get here. And the vaccine cannot come fast enough for folks who live in Philly. Indoor dining, gyms, and gatherings are all shuttered. Reporting for News Now from Fox, I'm Lauren Dugan.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we're taking a live look at Chicago, Illinois, where a 23-year-old man was fatally shot after a domestic-related incident inside of a home on Wednesday morning in the Garfield Ridge side of Chicago. This all according to a preliminary report by Chicago police. Now, here's the latest update from our sister station.
Chicago on the scene of a fatal shooting. It happened inside a house. Police say it involves an off-duty Chicago police officer, and the weapon is still on the scene. The initial call came in as multiple shots fired in a domestic-related incident at 1:47 a.m. One person, a 23-year-old male, struck multiple times. Investigators have been at the front door of the house. It appears that's where it happened. The victim's body still at the scene, but the off-duty officer was taken to the hospital. Police say that there was a physical altercation here. The 23-year-old victim not identified. Police aren't saying what led to the shooting, only that it was domestic, and the off-duty officer not identified either. But it remains a crime scene. I'm Joni Lum reporting.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Randall Darlin. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Office of Operations. This evening, around 5 p.m., tactical officers from the 24th District were conducting a follow-up investigation into a domestic violence incident. The officers located the suspect's vehicle and conducted an investigatory stop. The offender exited the vehicle and fired on officers. Officers returned fire, striking the offender. Officers immediately provided medical assistance to the offender until CFD personnel arrived on scene. The offender was transported to an area hospital, and at this time his condition is unknown. No officers were struck by gunfire during this incident. The offender's firearm was located on scene, and the scene is being processed at this time. COPA investigators are on scene, conducting their investigation. The officers involved in this incident will be assigned to routine 30-day administrative duties. This is the 72nd incident this year where police officers in the city of Chicago have been fired upon. This time I'll open it up for a few questions.
How many officers were involved in the stop? 2, 3?
There were multiple officers involved in the stop. That's being investigated at this time.
There are no reports of any other injuries. We've heard maybe 4 other people were sent to the hospital injured in relation to this. Is that anything you can confirm?
The offender in this incident was the only subject that was struck by gunfire, and the investigation, the incident as a whole is still being is still under investigation.
How many officers on the scene were checked? Because we saw a video that there was an officer that was in a car being checked out. So how many others?
There were multiple officers that were involved in the incident, and the investigation into their injuries is still being conducted.
How many officers were checked on the scene, sir?
The offender
we saw 2 officers getting into ambulances from our chopper. What are their conditions? Are they okay?
At this time, the officers' injuries are unknown, and that's being investigated.
How many officers' injuries are unknown?
Right now, we have a few officers that are being looked at.
Can you give us a specific number, please?
I cannot.
Was there anyone with the suspect, or was he alone in the car?
The suspect was the only offender in that car, the only person in that car.
Last question, please.
How many shots did the man fire, and then how many shots did officers?
The total number of shots fired by the offender and the officers is still under investigation.
Were any homes hit by any gunfire or bullets? Any surrounding homes hit?
That information is unknown at this time.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks. Thanks.
No, what I can tell you is this: that when officers are involved in a shooting like this, it's routine that they go and be checked out. I don't have the suspect's condition.
Tom, I know they said
at this time,
no
but
officers
it's
had
customary for officers involved in an incident like this, a shooting incident, to be checked out.
So they're just being checked
Just
out.
it's a well-being check.
So just a few
Who were transported were all officers?
Pardon me?
CFD said they had 5 transports. One was a critical gunshot wound, and 4 other transports. So those
Right,
were all officers?
right. It'd be the offender and then the officers who were
So those other 4 were officers just being checked out.
just being checked out.
So
yeah,
a
and
total
that's
of
routine. It's routine.
4 officers
just for their
are being
overall
checked out.
well-being. It's a well-being check.
So we can say 4 officers were taken for a
Well-being check, and which is routine. It's customary.
I can hear you.
4.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Where on the body was the offender struck?
I don't have the details of exactly where he was struck.
And then as far as the domestic incident, do you guys have anything further on that?
Yeah.
Is the suspect's family okay?
That's still ongoing. That part of the investigation that led up to this.
And Tom, we can say the 4 officers were taken to the hospital for a well-being check.
Yes, that's which is routine. Yeah. Okay.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was the most recent presser from Chicago police. Again, an off-duty Chicago police officer was involved in the fatal shooting of a 23-year-old man after a domestic-related incident. We will keep you all updated as more information unfolds. Now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our audience, we're going to bring you out to Fox 11 in LA as they are addressing all of your concerns when it comes to the coronavirus vaccine.
begins its vaccine rollout. Here in the United States, Americans could start getting the COVID-19 vaccine as early as Friday, a select limited group. What do we need to know? You have a lot of questions. I know I do. How safe is it? How long does it last? We heard all of your questions, and so we invited Dr. Budiga, a board-certified immunologist, to help us get some answers. Dr. Budiga, thank you so much. I'm sure your own family and friends are peppering you with questions about this vaccine, so I appreciate you indulging us here. I think the biggest question right off the bat is people are anxious already, right? We're in 2020. Nothing would surprise us. There's a lot of anxiety surrounding the disease itself, and I think there are people that are anxious about the vaccine. Is it safe?
Well, as a board-certified immunologist, I've been speaking to my patients every day. I get this question so often, and they are very anxious and fearful, actually, of this coronavirus vaccine, the new vaccine. But my job is to demystify those and try to explain how safe and effective it is. Almost about 94-95% effective to all the population in terms of the subject that we're tested with. So I'm really excited to hear that the FDA will be giving, most likely will be giving approval in, 2 days.
Okay, well, that's the news we're hoping for. How is it administered? You get one shot and then there's a second shot?
Yeah, it's administered in a series of 2 doses. The first is the prime dose, and the second is the booster dose. And they're either 3 weeks apart or 4 weeks apart, depending on the type, whether it's Moderna or Pfizer. But both work in the same platform, a new technology platform known as the mRNA platform.
Will you feel icky after getting the shot, or will you feel any side effects?
Some of the known side effects are arm soreness,
Sure.
And fatigue has been reported, as well as in some cases fever, headache, joint pain, and muscle pain. These are the common, among at least 2 to 9% of the population have reported, of the testing volunteers had reported these.
Our viewers have all sorts of questions, and so I'm going to ask a couple on behalf of them. This is from Cuban Pete on Twitter. He asks, if the vaccine takes 2 doses, could I still contract the virus between doses?
Oh, that's an excellent question. And the short answer is yes, you still can contract coronavirus in between those 2 doses. That's why it's very important to get the prime dose. The prime dose gives only, it primes your immune system, but you're still, it's not completely effective at that time. That's why it's very important to get the booster dose within 3 to 4 weeks, and then you would have almost 95% effective.
Excellent.
Effectiveness.
This is from Jennifer Cooper, who watches us on Facebook. Thank you for that. If you already had COVID, do you still need the vaccine?
Yes, definitely. They do need, everybody should be getting the vaccine, whether you had COVID or did not have COVID or been exposed to COVID. I get this question always among my patients because there's a false sense of security among my patients or who have been exposed, saying, oh yeah, I'm immune now, but that's not true. The only way you get immunity is please get the vaccination.
Will you have to get this shot every year like a flu shot? This is from Colleen Mills, who writes on Facebook.
That's a great question too. We don't know at this time because this is a new platform. As far as we know, the injection, the dose given gives us probably about 4 to 5 months of protection, but we're going to learn as we go along the way, and which is coming. We're going to see this in the arms of all Americans by Friday.
Okay, and the last question from a very avid watcher, Michaela, she has a front row seat to this show, is if you get the vaccination, the primer and the booster, can you still carry the virus and transmit it to other people?
Very good question. Yes, you can still, that's why it's very, very important that we still follow the safety guidelines of mitigation, social distancing, as well as the mask. Because even if we get the vaccination at this point, you may carry a certain load within your nasopharyngeal, in your nasal passages as well as your throat, but not as much as the viral dose that you would get if you were not vaccinated. So it's a safe vaccine, and I think as we follow, as soon as you get the vaccine, you still have to follow the guidelines of mitigation, social distancing, and all that. And if we do that, we will see the numbers go down drastically.
Okay, we need that.
See the light of
Dr. Praveen Badiga, thank you so much for taking our questions. We appreciate it. I have a feeling we'll have to do a second round of these again because this is useful information. Good to see you. Thank you so much, and stay safe, doctor.
Appreciate you.
You're watching News Now from Fox. This live picture courtesy of Fox 35. Now, an estranged husband accused of killing his wife, his father, and their family is in court right now as the family has filed new motions. Nicole Montalvo was an Osceola County mother who was murdered in October of 2019. Her remains were found at her estranged husband's family's property days after she was reported missing. She leaves behind a son that she shared with her husband. As soon as this gets started, guys, we will bring you this live and unfiltered right here on News Now from Fox.
Note that, just for this matter. How do you do, sir?
All right, good morning. State your name, sir.
My name is John Stevens.
All right, Ms. Stevens, you are charged in case 20 CF 3299 with grand theft. That charge is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years state prison, up to 5 years probation, and or a fine of up to $5,000. You understand what the charge is?
Your Honor, I do.
Okay. Mr. Mendoza, the Public Defender's Office was appointed to represent Mr. Stevens.
Your Honor, I did not ask for a public defender.
Okay.
I'm sui juris. I'll be pro se, sir.
Well, Mr. Stevens, you have the right to do that, although you did fill out the affidavit and application for appointment of counsel.
I'd like to rescind that at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevens, that's fine. Just listen to me, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have the right to represent yourself in this case if you choose to do so. However, that comes with a number of potential drawbacks or potential pitfalls, and I need to discuss that with you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't mean to interject. I apologize.
Please don't.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not trying to be rude, but I need to have this conversation with you. Otherwise, I can't allow you to represent yourself.
I understand that,
Okay.
and I would just like to make a point before, Your Honor.
But breezy fall days. The sun's rays reflected off of the Canal River. The trees were in full fall splendor, red, orange, and yellow. Cassie and I just walked and talked with each other. We had a good time like we always did. She liked stepping on the leaves and hearing them crunch. As she was doing that, I had to laugh to myself because I like doing that too. I wanted more days like this with you, Cassie, but God called you home. The Bible in Revelation 22 reads, "Then the angel showed me the river of the water of life, as clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of Lamb down the middle of the great street of the city." I know you're there, Cassie, and you see this beautiful place. I will meet you there one day. You will say, "Hey, lady," then we will walk and talk. We love you, Cassie, and we will miss you until the day we see you again. and that big Cassie smile.
Thank you, Lieutenant Davis. At this time, I'd like to introduce Charleston Police Corporal Matt Petty, who will speak on behalf of D-Shift.
Hello, everyone. My name is Corporal Matt Petty. I'm here to talk to you about Patrolman Cassie Johnson on behalf of Delta Shift, Cassie Shift. The Charleston Police Department has approximately 170 officers. Those officers are broken down into shifts and divisions. Each shift is comprised of approximately 20 officers. It is because of the smaller numbers that officers on each shift become close with one another. The officers they work beside every day. We're one big blue family, but officers are particularly close to the men and women that they run these calls with. I'd like to start out by saying that Delta Shift has lost one of its finest officers. Patrolman Cassie Johnson is a perfect example of the type of officer Delta Shift is made of. Patrolman Johnson was like the Monster energy drinks that she loved to drink. Cassie was small, but she packed a big punch. Cassie also provided Delta Shift with a jolt of energy each and every day through her work ethic. As one of the officers who was lucky enough to have worked the same side of town as Cassie, I got to know her personally. Cassie had an infectious laugh and a smile that would light up a room. Cassie was always happy and always full of life. Cassie would always call the other officers she worked with on the west side 4 or 5 times a day. Cassie would always ask if you needed help or if there was anything that she could help you with. Cassie would call and say, "Hey, I just saw something that wasn't right. You want to go with me to do a knock and talk?" Or she would say, "Hey, I did a trash pull. I'm going to type up a search warrant. You want to go with me?" And that was Cassie, always working. Cassie is a hardworking, hard-charging young officer that was eager to work the job she loved. Cassie was like a little sister to us all on Delta Shift. Although we wait to get our daily phone calls from Cassie, we know never again when we get those calls. That we would give up anything to be able to get one more. One officer told me that when they transferred to Delta Shift, he knew that he was coming to a shift that had a lot of proven officers with a lot of years of experience. He said when he arrived on Delta Shift, his first interaction was with Cassie. His officer said Cassie welcomed him with a warm hug and said, "Welcome to Shift, glad you're here." He said he also said of Cassie that her hard-working attitude was contagious and is spread throughout Delta Shift every day she worked. Another officer told me a story of when Cassie was in training. She wanted to work on conducting traffic stops. She and this officer obtained a spare police cruiser and drove on top of roll call on her days off. From there, they conducted traffic stops while chasing the other officer's spouse and their personal vehicle for 5 straight hours until Cassie felt that she was good at making traffic stops, which once again goes to the work ethic that Cassie had. Cassie worked car 204 She took pride in working that particular car. Car 204 was not only Cassie's beat, but it was also the area where she grew up and where her mother lives. Cassie protected this section of town and all its citizens in it. I recall one incident where her mother's vehicle had been broken into and her sister's headphones were stolen. Cassie did not take this personally because the victim was her mother and her sister. Cassie took it personal because it was her beat. I watched as Cassie turned over every rock and shook every bush till she found the suspect, and she recovered her sister's stolen property. It was some of the finest police work I've seen in my 15 years of service. Another story an officer shared with me was about Cassie when she had to dispatch a native deer. We all know Cassie was an animal lover. This was difficult for her. But she, like she always did not hesitate. She did what she had to do because it was the job that she loved. And she did it well. I would also like to mention that Cassie considered the civilian employees who worked in records as not only her friends, but as part of Delta Shift. Talking to a records clerk, she told me how amazing Cassie was as a person, and how Cassie would always come into records and say hi and talk with them. Cassie cared for everyone, no matter who you were. All the records clerk could say is how she expected Cassie to pop around a corner with a big smile on her face like always. But she knows Cassie made the ultimate sacrifice for the job she loves. And Cassie, the girls in records, thought you were an amazing person, friend, and police officer. Everyone in records truly appreciated the time they spent with you. She had an infectious laugh, smile, and beautiful personality, they said. They also said they will never forget you. They will forever have you in their
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this.
Records will miss you. An officer on Delta Shift also introduced me to the Warriors ethos. I'd never heard of this before. But after reading it, I can say it embodied Cassie perfectly. The Warriors ethos states, I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit. And I will never leave a fallen comrade. Cassie truly lived by the warrior ethos. So in closing, I say Patrolman Cassie Johnson was a true professional, an inspiration to everyone she came in contact with, and was the true definition of what the Charleston Police Department represents. Cassie, we will miss you, we love you, and we'll hold the line from here. Rest in peace, our sister in blue, Car 204, Unit 146, Delta Shift, Patrolman Cassie Johnson, our sister, our friend, our hero.
Thank you, Corporal Petty. At this time, I'd like to introduce Chelsea Subecki with the Center for Organ Recovery and Education.
Jessica and I are truly blessed and honored to be with all of you today as we pay tribute to the life and legacy of Charleston Police Officer Cassie Johnson. My name is Chelsea Subecki, and I work for CORE, the Center for Organ Recovery and Education, where I serve as a donor family support coordinator based out of Pittsburgh. And this is my colleague, Jessica Wheeler, who is based here in Charleston. CORE works closely with organ donor families and the recipients of those precious life-saving organs. We support them during the process and well after. We also work tirelessly to create a culture of donation within the communities we serve, including here in Charleston, West Virginia. Our hope is that by fostering a greater understanding of donation and transplantation, we offer hope to those waiting while also honoring the truest heroes of donation, the donors like Cassie and her family. Jessica and I feel so incredibly privileged to have had the opportunity to learn more about Cassie this week, and we are truly honored to be able to join you as we honor her memory and her legacy. Cassie lived a tragically short but wonderful life. She was a loyal daughter to Cheryl, an amazing, loving, caring, giving sister. She was also a very devoted colleague and a friend to many, obviously. Losing someone you love is never easy, but when their life is taken away at such a young age in such unjust circumstances like Cassie's was, it is that much more difficult. It is my hope today that some of the grief you are all feeling will be alleviated by knowing that Cassie was able to heal others as an organ, tissue, and cornea donor. As the wife of a Pennsylvania state trooper, there are two things that I am certain of. Number one, the meaning of the thin blue line and the blue family, especially as I look around today. The second thing is knowing firsthand that being a police officer requires a very specific type of person. Someone who believes in being part of something larger than themselves. Someone who tries to make things right even when things have gone wrong. Someone who wants to make a difference and above all else puts everyone else ahead of themselves. Officer Cassie Johnson was this person. As a police officer, she took an oath to do everything in her power to protect others, to put the lives of others above her own, to be brave and selfless, to be a hero, and a hero she was. By definition, a hero is a man of distinguished courage or ability, admired for his brave deeds and noble qualities. In my eyes, although this woman I was never able to personally meet has shown me the true meaning of hero. In life and in death, she has proven to be the very best among us today. The decision to be a donor was one that Cassie made before her death, and as you can imagine, it is a decision in which her family takes great pride in and finds profound comfort in knowing. Because of this decision that Cassie made, a man in his 50s woke up this morning with a new heart and hope for the future. A person who a week ago was surely facing death can now breathe with the help of 2 working lungs. A man in his 40s can make plans for tomorrow, not worried that he'll die of liver failure today. And 2 others, including a young woman in her 30s, can live lives free of the debilitating side effects of kidney dialysis. Because of Cassie's decision, someone will be able to see their children grow, delight at the beauty of a breathtaking sunset, and see the smiles on the faces of the people who they love. Because of this selfless act as a tissue donor, someone may be able to be the hero that someone else idolizes, whether it be the football player who can now run because of a tendon repair, or a father that gets to play a superhero for his little boy because of a new ACL. Make no mistake, Cassie truly lives on. Not only because she lost her life in the line of duty, not only because of the memories of her that you all hold so dear, but also because she gave one final gift as a donor, and true heroes live forever. As I hope you all do, I, along with my colleagues at CORE, find great respect in Cassie's decision to register. On behalf of Jessica and myself, on behalf of the Center for Organ Recovery and Education, on behalf of those who will find healing because of her gifts, thank you, Cassie. You are now and always our hero. In closing, one of my favorite quotes of all time is, "You cannot live a perfect day without doing something for someone who will never be able to repay you." And I believe this is the epitome of Cassie Johnson. To the entire family, you are now part of ours, and we love you, and we are here for you. To my family in blue, thank you to each and every one of you for your service, and St. Michael protect them.
Thank you, Ms. Sabecki. At this time, I'd like to introduce one of our chaplains, Charleston Police Corporal Gary Daniels. He will be delivering the eulogy and benediction.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, some of our audience will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our viewers, we're going to bring you the 2020 Bloomberg American Health Summit.
With the stress and strain of an election year, and it was the worst possible combination you could have for a public health crisis, because when you have a public health crisis, what you need is everybody pulling together in the same direction.
You have been very clear in warning about the next couple of months. Europe's been heading the same direction, and yet we've seen European nations in many cases start to flatten the curve. What do you think America needs to do most urgently over the next few months in order to follow the European model?
Well, I think everybody uniformly needs to admit that we have a real problem. We've got to own the problem. If you don't own the problem, you're never going to fix the problem. And we can't have, as we're seeing in some parts of the country, what would be equivalent of almost denial, Caddy, where people still don't think this is a big deal. They think it's kind of fake news or a little bit of a hoax or what have you. It's not. It's real. The numbers are absolutely real. We're having record numbers of hospitalization, record numbers of cases, and most recently deaths. We have a serious issue. We're just coming out of the Thanksgiving holiday, which I'm sure is going to lead to some sort of a blip, if not a surge in cases, which you usually see 2 to 3 weeks after the event. And that leads right up into the beginning of the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays, which are going to be more travel and more congregating and social settings where people are indoors.
We are having a lot of good news on the vaccine front, but there are alarming studies that show that there is a lack of trust in the vaccine and that a lot of people may not choose to take it. What can you say, and particularly to communities of color, to try to encourage people to go ahead and take the COVID vaccine when it's released?
Well, we've got to be doing a lot of community engagement and community.
You're watching News Now from Fox, nonstop news from around the country. We're going to switch gears for a moment here and bring you all a live briefing from the Department of Justice as they are discussing the vaccine distribution plans.
Civilian employees and select DoD contract personnel as authorized in accordance with DoD policy on this topic. I am extremely confident the department's plan, developed in collaboration with Operation Warp Speed and the CDC, provides a very clear roadmap to protect our entire DoD population across the globe against the pandemic. Early in the COVID-19 vaccination program, there will be a finite supply of vaccine. Vaccination distribution prioritization with DoD will be consistent with data-driven CDC guidance for national prioritization. In the coming days, we expect the department to receive its first allotment of the vaccine. Initial phases of the DoD distribution and administration plan are based on the expected limited number of initial vaccine doses allocated by Health and Human Services in the CDC to DoD, and on the department's need to rapidly validate our processes to support increased distribution as vaccine production increases. At this time, DoD is expected to receive just under 44,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine as early as next week for immediate use. DoD's plan for distributing this vaccine includes monitoring processes to inform senior leader decisions about distribution capacity, increased distribution administration locations, and our force health protection. Our deliberate and phased approach to distribute and administer this first allotment in future allocations of the COVID-19 vaccine will focus on vaccinating priority populations quickly and safely, while simultaneously refining the intricate planning for the delivery of larger volumes of vaccine in future waves. The department will prioritize DoD personnel to receive the vaccine based on the CDC guidance and on the department's own COVID task force assessment of unique mission requirements. The DoD prioritization plan is consistent with CDC guidance and prioritizes healthcare providers and support personnel, residents and staff of DoD long-term care facilities, other essential workers, and high-risk beneficiaries to receive the vaccine before other members of the healthy DoD population. As mentioned, the DoD plan calls for a phased approach. The initial phase is what we are calling a controlled pilot. In this phase, we will be distributing the vaccine to priority populations in 16 distinct locations. We will monitor the uptake and make adjustments to our plans going forward as necessary and as lessons learned from this controlled pilot. We will continue with this form of distribution, adding additional prioritized personnel and additional prioritized locations until 60% of our DoD, roughly 11 million personnel, have received the vaccine, at which time DoD anticipates vaccine manufacturing rates to support full-scale, unrestricted vaccine distribution to department personnel. At that point, our intent is to distribute the vaccine in the same manner the department conducts its annual influenza vaccine program. If you look at some of the slides we provided, the department selected initial vaccine distribution sites to best support several criteria. Number one, the anticipated unique supply chain requirements for the initially approved vaccines, a sizable local DoD population with priority personnel across all of the military services, and sufficient medical personnel to administer the vaccines and monitor recipients after initial and second dose administration. In his remarks, General Place will provide additional detail on those specific locations. In a recent virtual tabletop exercise led by Deputy Secretary of Defense and senior civilian and military leaders, the DoD COVID Task Force and the leaders responsible for the first phase of the plan walked through the processes in great detail to ensure seamless distribution and dissemination of this initial wave of vaccine across our selected sites. The lessons learned from this exercise help solidify the department's plan on the way forward. In terms of next steps, as soon as the FDA issues an emergency use authorization, DoD's allocation will be pre-positioned at our initial locations. Upon issuance of the EUA, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet, review the EUA, and then vote to recommend the vaccine and how it should be disseminated and who should receive it. We expect to have shots in arms of DoD personnel within 20 to 48 hours from the time the ACIP issues its final recommendation. I want to personally thank the men and women across the department who have spent countless hours, both day and night, supporting the development of this plan. Their preparation for the vaccine of millions of individuals across the department in the coming weeks and months will protect our force against COVID-19 and allow us to continue to fulfill our mission to the nation. General Place and I look forward to answering your questions.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable McCaffrey. Our country and our forces should be assured that the Department of Defense is ready to execute a global COVID vaccination plan for our service members as well as military families, retirees, and certain government civilian and contract staff. Following approval by the Food and Drug Administration and guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Defense Health Agency will lead a department-wide phased effort to distribute and administer the vaccine. While we await final approval from the FDA, the preliminary data on the safety and effectiveness of the 2 vaccine candidates is highly encouraging. We're recommending that everyone take the vaccine when it becomes available to protect yourselves, your families, your shipmates, your wingmen, your battle buddies, and your communities. As with most vaccines, some people may experience small adverse effects, arm soreness, fatigue, even a fever. The department will be fully transparent about any adverse effects that are reported and share this information with the CDC. Now, as Honorable McCaffrey mentioned, as we begin our vaccination process, the department specifically chose 16 locations, 13 in the United States and 3 abroad. We selected these locations based on our desire to validate our plan. As such, we chose locations with extra cold storage capability, sizable local populations to vaccinate, and medical staff large enough to administer it. We chose locations from each of the military services, including active and reserve components, along with the United States Coast Guard. Finally, we chose locations with an on-site immunization health specialist. As Mr. McCaffrey noted, the good news is that our military medical teams have worked for months to prepare for this moment, and we're eager to begin to deliver on Operation Warp Speed's promise. The Department of Defense has decades of experience with conducting global vaccine programs, whether it's the annual flu campaigns or protection against novel diseases around the world. We vaccinate millions of our service members and families and retirees of every age every year. And we have systems in place to monitor the health of everyone who receives a vaccine. In terms of the next steps, following FDA approval, the department will receive and begin vaccinations of our high-priority populations this month. We've identified the military installations and the military treatment facilities that will receive the initial shipments of the approved vaccines, as Mr. McCaffrey noted. We've initiated our staff training protocols for vaccine administration and working closely with our TRICARE network providers and pharmacies to prepare for wider scale vaccinations as the vaccine supply expands. This phased approach to vaccination will take time. We recommend that everyone continue to follow the latest CDC guidelines to include physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing face coverings where appropriate. This has been a challenging year for all Americans, and I'm inspired by the perseverance and commitment of the men and women of the department and the military health system. Together, we're working as a team to protect all entrusted to our care. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the phones. I don't know if Lita jumped on from AP. Lita? From AFP? All right, so we'll go into the room. Barbara.
I think my question is for the general. I wanted to ask on the medical side of this, sir.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox will return right after this commercial break.
This vaccination program will be voluntary. What part will be mandatory? Just as much detail as you can, and especially for high priority categories, for deploying units, for senior leaders. Can you walk us through some of that?
Yes, ma'am. We anticipate that this will be approved using emergency use authorization, not a fully licensed FDA vaccination. And as such, the department's policy will be voluntary for everyone. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Doesn't matter. Voluntary for everyone.
So, does it? I just don't know how this all works. So, it starts with emergency use authorization. The vaccination is voluntary for everyone, including deploying units, including high priority units. Does it eventually in some way shift to mandatory once there's full FDA licensure? And how will that on a practical level work? For example, for special operations forces, small units, strategic units, deploying as on a team level if some people don't get it, don't take the vaccine.
Well, I don't know if Honorable McCaffrey wants to talk to the full licensure aspect and potential for future. The department is strongly encouraging everyone to take it. And the reason for that, if you look at the data that are available to all of us now, that Pfizer, at least the one vendor, has made available to everyone, if you look at the safety profile of it, the safety profile is very good. And the efficacy of the vaccine, again, short time period, appears to be very good. So in a risk stratification, my advice as a physician is that if everything we do in life, every medication that we take, every surgical procedure that we have is all about risk. And the risk of this or these vaccines, from what we know, is much less than the risk of the actual disease process. So our advice to everyone, on a volunteer basis, our advice to everyone is to take the vaccine just based on risk.
See, Tom.
Quickly about making it mandatory.
Well,
how that
I think Tom will
So, so on that question, I think as General Place indicated, this would be the normal process when a vaccine is first issued under emergency use authorization. It's typically on a voluntary basis, so we're going to be consistent with that. As it moves, as FDA looks at the experience of the vaccine, real experience that we're seeing in the population, and they ultimately, assuming they ultimately grant full licensure, at that point, the department would look at that and based upon, again, risks and benefits, and look at unique requirements from the military departments, from the combatant commands, would make a determination if we believe for military readiness, we should consider, making a fully licensed COVID vaccine mandatory. But there's a process that we use based upon data, based upon the FDA's assessment. But I think the other question you raised was, in this interim period where not all the force is going to be vaccinated in the next month or two, the department's very clear in all of our policy, everything that we have in place right now in terms of our standard mandatory force health protection guidance in terms of public health mitigation, social distancing, testing before deployments, that will all continue. Even as we, in the early stages of the vaccination effort, we're going to continue all those measures. We have to, because not the entire force, both active duty and civilian, are going to be vaccinated. And then I think, as General Place indicated, part of our program in terms of communications is everything we can do to articulate to our people that we have great confidence in the FDA's rigor in making the determinations about efficacy and safety, and we are going to be, as part of our communication plan, using select key senior leaders to get the vaccination, to demonstrate confidence in that. Much like recently Governor Hogan himself said, that's what he's going to do in terms of getting the vaccination out to the population of Maryland. He's going to demonstrate, yes, this is a safe and effective vaccine, and I'm encouraging everybody to take it.
All right, David.
Was your allocation based on the same per capita formula that the states were? And is that 44,000 going to be 44,000 shots in arms, or is it going to be 22,000 and hold 22,000 for the second shot? And one more question. Those locations up there, there's a lot of geography between all those locations. Are people going to have to come to those locations to get their shot, or are you going to distribute to sub-locations?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. So first, we have the same pro rata designation as all the other jurisdictions. So it's a small percentage, just like the states are receiving, the department received based on our population, a very, very small percentage, but it's equivalent to the other jurisdictions. In terms of your second question, the almost 44,000 is the initial dose. So one of the things in the process is you have to demonstrate all parts. You have to receive, you have to administer, and you have to document before you can order the second dose. So this almost 44,000 is first dose. We contact back with the organization to get our second dose. And then for your third, no travel involved. This is a controlled pilot at these locations. This is to demonstrate that the process that we've developed actually works. Once we validated this controlled pilot, we have really scores of sites, hundreds of sites across the country and across the world that we have locations that vaccine will be sent to. So it's not, these are the only locations, everybody has to come to there, or these are the only locations. We take the vaccine from these locations to other outlying locations. This is just the first step in a controlled pilot.
So Dave, to your question on this is if you look, there's 16 locations, our allocation is only 44,000. So the way that the vaccine goes out is in batches of 975 doses. So we have to have locations that have sufficient population to use all of that dosing there. And so that's why one of the criteria for the locations was a large population of prioritized personnel. And so if you look at the listing, you'll see some of our larger medical facilities, some of our larger joint base areas that will be receiving that because they have those populations there.
So there are 44,000 people at those locations?
Well, it's just the prioritized personnel.
Yeah.
So like in
44,000 people who qualify. Okay.
Yeah. So okay. All right.
General Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News. Is the reason the vaccine is voluntary because there's not enough to go around?
No, sir. It's voluntary because it's under an emergency use authorization. Because the FDA is likely to determine, be careful about that, the FDA is likely to determine that not full licensure, but under emergency use authorization. And like every medication that we get in our facilities, emergency use authorization is different than full licensure. And we have to be able to communicate that to our patients when we talk about it. Because it's under the emergency use authorization, therefore voluntary.
Mr. McCaffrey, you mentioned that some reservists, some guardsmen, some spouses, some civilians, some contractors will be in part of this phased approach. How are you determining who is supposed to get the vaccine in those cases?
Can we actually go back a couple slides? I think there's the one that has the tiering. One more. I think that might be helpful though.
The keyword was some. It wasn't like every dependent, every contractor. So I'm wondering what the...
Yeah, so basically eligibility we've defined in terms of dependents, select contractors, civilian employees, and it's going to be then how do they match up in terms of the prioritization tiers. We, like the rest of the country, the very, very top priority and initial phase is going to be healthcare workers. And so kind of first, those inpatient workers most close to the patients, the early emergency responders, public security, and then down in terms of outpatient and so forth. But it's going to be, are you eligible, and then where in that schema are you eligible? That's how you're going to get it.
Dependents, is that because they live with one of these people and so they should be getting a vaccine as well, one of these high priority cases?
So for dependents, it will be in the phase with regard to whether you are a high-risk beneficiary or the regular healthy population.
Okay, we're going to go back to the phones real quick. Sylvie?
Yeah? Okay, I'll just go. What is your target date for vaccinating the entire force?
So the target date is going to be contingent upon, again, we're going to be getting an initial very limited quantity. We don't yet know how much quantity we're going to get then after that first week as additional vaccines in addition to Pfizer come out. So it's really going to be contingent upon how much vaccine, which types of vaccines we get over a period of time that we would be able to tell you based upon our schema. We expect we could do X hundreds of thousands, by the end of January versus February. So it's hard to give you a timeline now with so many questions to be determined in terms of which vaccine and how much we get and when we get it. For us, the important thing is we've developed a program for dissemination that as we validate it in these initial 16 sites, that we are confident we will be able to use our plan to very quickly, as soon as we get those dosage, quickly get it out across the force according to the prioritization.
And I'll just add two quick things to that, because the way it's been explained is that we want to get to a place where we can treat this as we do with our normal flu vaccine distribution schema. So when we get to a certain percentage of the force being inoculated, then we will treat it and roll it into kind of the general form where we do this every year. And when we get to that place, we can get to the whole force. And then just to remember, as I mentioned in the opening, with regard to the entire force, is we've been relatively fortunate. A large number of our forces are in age criteria, health status, where we've fared better than others, and so that's something we take into account. But we're confident, whether it takes a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, we're going to be able to continue to move forward with all of the DoD missions that we've been entrusted with, the way we have over the last year in the face of COVID.
All right, everybody, as we continue to listen to an update on vaccine distribution from the Department of Defense, some of you may see a quick commercial break. For others, we'll continue to listen as they take questions from the media.
Anywhere. Could you address where those important service members come into this, or do they not come into this?
They most definitely come in. So if you look at in the tops of Phase 1A, and then 1B, critical national capabilities. So that would include our nuclear deterrence force, our Homeland Defense Forces, cybercom, key national strategic leadership. That is in that tier in terms of very much kind of mirroring how we did our testing rollout in terms of the focus on those critical national capabilities, forces that are about to deploy within 3 months, et cetera.
So geographically on the map you showed earlier, though, there were no distribution out, for example, for any of the ICBM sites out west.
So again, the initial 16 sites we've chose as the criteria as our way to pilot and validate the processes for the massive distribution over time. The 44,000 that we expect to get initially, and that we'll be testing through those 16 sites. Those won't even cover the very first section of Phase 1A, which is going to be healthcare workers. And so they're going to come first, like the rest of the national guidance and prioritization. And again, as quickly as we get vaccine, we will then be able to distribute it as quickly as possible based upon those priorities.
And as we mentioned before, all of the processes, procedures that those forces, the missile forces, the bomber crews, the sub crews have put in place over the last 9-10 months to protect them from COVID will remain in place. So they have managed to develop plans and processes that have allowed them to continue with their missions without any denigration due to COVID, and so they're going to continue with that until we do reach a place where we've received enough vaccine to get to that Phase 1B tier of individuals that are going to be inoculated, including those critical national security or critical national capabilities. So, all right, we'll go back to the phone for a third time and try this. Sylvie, one last shot here. Bloomberg?
Mayor, I have a question. This is Tara Kopp with McClatchy. On the selection of Madigan in Washington State and Bragg's medical facility, could you talk about how those two locations were selected? Was it because of deploying forces or because of the medical centers there?
So it's based on the capability to have ultra-cold storage there. So they're one of 83 locations across the Department of Defense that have ultra-cold storage. It's because it's high on the Army's priority list. Each of the services sent them forward. It's because they have way more than 1,000 of the first tiering, and by that we mean the military police, the security forces, the ambulance crews, the firefighters, the emergency department staff, and the ICU staff. So even within the healthcare, we're looking at very specific parts of the healthcare that are at highest risk. So it's because of all those factors, those locations were chosen. And depending on what else you're familiar with, if you look at all of those sites, they all have that capability. That's why they were chosen for the controlled pilot.
And I just want to go through and read these out just so on the transcript it has the list of locations. So the initial vaccine sites in the continental United States are Darnall Army Medical Center, Fort Hood, Texas; Wilford Hall, Joint Base San Antonio, Texas; Madigan Army Medical Center, Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington, Womack Army Medical Center, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Navy Branch Health Clinic, Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida, Base Alameda Health Services Clinic, U.S. Coast Guard Base, Alameda, California, Naval Medical Center, San Diego, and the Naval Hospital Camp Pendleton, which will get its distribution from San Diego, Naval Hospital Pensacola, Florida, and the Army Forces Retirement Home Gulfport, which will be administered from Pensacola. Additionally, Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, Bethesda, and under that, the Army Forces Retirement Home in Washington will receive its allocation. Portsmouth Naval Medical Center, which will feed the Coast Guard Base Clinic at Portsmouth as well. The Indiana National Guard in Franklin, Indiana, and the New York National Guard Medical Command, Watervliet, New York. And then additionally, outside of the United States, Tripler Army Medical Center in Honolulu, outside the continental United States, apologies, Hawaii. Tripler Army Medical Center, Honolulu, Allgood Army Community Hospital, Camp Humphreys, Korea, Lunchal Regional Medical Center, Germany, Kadena Medical Facility, Kadena Air Base, Japan. All right, back to the phones. So we got Tara. Tony, did you have a question?
I do, John. Where does the DoD leadership fall in terms of the phases? Like Secretary Miller and Patel and Tata, do they fall in phase 1, or would they be 1B1, then critical national capabilities?
So the senior leaders overall, if you look across the department, and that would be a numerous number, that would actually be in phase 1B1, which is the critical national capabilities. And again, that mirrors how we did our COVID testing. That said, we do intend, as part of this initial phase of healthcare workers, emergency responders, et cetera, have some very small set of very visible senior leaders that will volunteer to take the vaccine, do it in a public way as one way of helping to message the safety and efficacy and encourage and underscore that we're encouraging all those eligible personnel to take the vaccine.
A little transparency. Sure. Can you give us any names of who you are offering that to in terms of very senior leaders, and do you also intend then to offer it to General Austin?
So right now it would be we'd be looking at current senior leaders, and the top 4 that we are looking at right now would be definitely the secretary, the deputy secretary, the chairman, the vice chairman, and the senior enlisted advisor to the joint staff.
Are you considering offering it to General Austin?
That is not something that has been brought up in that we've talked about. Again, our focus is those top 5 and then other senior leaders across the services, but we're looking at a number of well below 50 as part of this senior leader effort to get the word out for the vaccine.
And Barbara, we're looking at is the department leadership, but also the service leadership and then the combatant commands in a way so that we can get that message out to as large a population as possible, because each of those have their own lines of communication, and they have, many of them are set up, volunteered already, and are looking to.
You're considering allowing media coverage of them getting their shots?
Part of the intention of doing it is to do that. So as long as part of it is, look, we do not want this to be it's not done just for media purposes, but we will likely have some of them travel to some of the sites where vaccinations are taking place to learn more about it. I'll mention, since we've already announced it, the Acting Secretary Miller is in Hawaii today. He'll be visiting Tripler Army Medical Center this afternoon at 1300 to receive a tour and a briefing from the MTF commander about the vaccination process out there. He will not be being vaccinated today, but he will be touring the facility this afternoon to learn about the cold storage and the process that they have in place. And we'll be doing that in other locations as well as we go forward. But we'll get back to you on the visibility of how people are getting shots. So, all right, let me just keep on the phones here for a couple minutes. So, since it's working, Ms. Seligman from Politico.
Hi, thank you for doing this. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about the critical national security capabilities that you mentioned, the nuclear deterrence force, et cetera. Can you just talk a little bit about when that is going to be happening and how that's going to be rolled out and which units are going to be prioritized?
Yeah, and so the way we have identified it, they are part of the initial phase. But we even with the initial phase, we have sub-tiered it because we recognize we're going to have a limited quantity. So you need to figure out who in that broad first phase are going to get it first. And right now, the priority in the first phase, as I mentioned, are going to be healthcare workers. It'll be first responders, security. It will be the next part of that first phase is indeed our national critical, what we describe our national critical capabilities. As I mentioned, some examples of that would be our strategic and nuclear forces, our homeland defense forces, select senior leaders, and then after that it would be those deploying forces that are going to be deployed within 3 months. And then after that, all other what each of the components will be defining as their critical essential staff carrying out critical essential national capability activities.
Okay. All right, we'll keep going. Missy Ryan.
Thanks very much. I just have a clarification and then a quick question. So just to build on the last question, and forgive me if this has already been explained a number of times, it's a little bit confusing. So the 44,000, is it accurate that they will be distributed among some small group or some group of the healthcare and the critical national capabilities? Because obviously those categories of people would be more than 44,000. So you're taking some of the healthcare category people and some of the critical national capability people. Is that right?
So of those 44,000, the huge majority of them will be for first responders, critical healthcare people, and a very, 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 very limited number to critical national capabilities in this first tranche. As we get, assuming this all gets approved and the EUAs, et cetera, and we get resupplied, then we'll get into more of the critical national capabilities. But in the initial 44,000, a huge majority is for first responders, emergency department staff, et cetera.
Okay. Patricia, military.com.
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. Can you tell me the 44,000 vaccines, what percent of the Phase 1A personnel, total in the department, will be vaccinated? And then also, when you talk about high-risk beneficiaries, how are you going to prioritize them? What is the definition of high risk, and how will you be prioritizing them?
Sure. Thanks for the question. The 44,000 against the entirety of the medical workforce, first responder workforce, et cetera, is somewhere in the 8 or 9% of that total staff. That said, we also don't know what percentage of that staff are actually going to receive the vaccination because it's voluntary. So we have to plan for all and then readjust as some decide that they don't want it, or hopefully for us, all decide that they will. I forgot the second part of the question.
You want to say it again, Patricia?
Part of the question was areas. How are you going to define that? And have you defined it in terms of, health care or pre-existing conditions, that kind of thing?
Great things about our military health system and our ubiquitous electronic health record is that we're able to monitor every single one of our beneficiaries for their medical problems. Now, that's all protected, so none of you can see that, but inside the system we can, and our programs allow us to see, according to the risk factors, according to the CDC, of what are the risk factors for disease or for severity of disease with COVID. We know what those are, and we could bounce that against our database to see who has those particular challenges, and that's how we get to the highest risk population. The very highest risk also comes from age, medical problems, and congruent locations where people are congregated together. That's why, as Mr. Hoffman mentioned, the very highest risk beneficiaries to us are in our armed forces retirement homes, where the average age is 85, and they're all in the same location all together. So they're the very, 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 very highest risk of our non-healthcare population, which is why they've been categorized in the very first tranche of vaccinations that we hope to receive.
And then, Patricia, just one thing to add, just so you know, when we are defining for our population the high risk, we're basically taking the CDC's definition that they're using for the all of nation distribution. And so, for example, they cite very specific things like those that are over 65, those with cancer, those with COPD, heart conditions. And so we are doing using that same definition to apply to our population.
Okay. Nick Schifrin, PBS. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you very much. Are there any repercussions or consequences for troops who decline to get vaccinated? Will they be receive administrative action or listed as non-deployable?
No, as we mentioned, this is standard practice for an EUA. It is voluntary. It's going to be voluntary for our forces. And those who do not get vaccinated, they will be adhering to all of the existing public health mitigation measures that have been in place for months and that have allowed the department to carry on its mission.
And at some point, if the FDA does determine to license fully license the vaccination, at that point, the voluntariness may change to mandatory as determined by the department. So that is a possibility in the future. All right, let's go. Courtney?
Hey, I'm still unclear on when exactly you think you're going to get. I know it's hard to say because you don't know when the emergency authorization is going to come through, but when exactly you think that you might start getting these 44,000? And is it fair to say that they'll all be distributed equally among the 16 locations? So I'm not going to even try to do the math on that, but that's how many. That's how many. It'll go equally to the 16 locations. Sorry, my kid's here.
It's okay. I understand. I will let General Play speak to that last issue. But in terms of the question about in terms of the initial 44,000,
when it will happen?
When it will happen. So I can't give you a definitive. I can give you this is our understanding, our expectation. So our expectation is tomorrow the FDA will meet.
Maybe push.
I mean, it could be tomorrow. It could be the next day. But so kind of rough estimate. The next couple of days, FDA meets. They review the data. They make their decision as to are we going to approve this vaccine and under what conditions we are anticipating it will be under an emergency use authorization. So once that happens, the manufacturers are allowed at that point to actually distribute their vaccines to locations across the country, again, per the national prioritization, per our prioritization. But the next step is once the FDA issues that EUA, the CDC's advisory committee on immunization practices, and this is standard for any vaccine, they review the EUA and what's in it, the data that was used for the FDA to make that decision, and then they make a recommendation or they vote and say, yes, we recommend the population use this vaccine under X conditions, who should get it. And once that happens, and that could over the weekend, it could happen Monday. Again, it depends on when they meet and when they make their decision. But once that committee issues its final recommendation for our 16 sites, we are comfortable, we are confident within 24 to 48 hours from that advisory committee decision, we will actually have shots in arms. But in terms of how that 44,000 is being allocated to one or the other of the 16, I'll need to defer to General Place.
So again, it's on a pro rata basis. So depending on how big or small these initial sites are, that's how it's being determined. the particular maker is distributing it in lots of 975 doses. So if you're wondering, why are we coming up with these weird numbers and why is it almost 44,000? It's actually a little bit less than 44,000 because they come in batches of 975. So some of the locations will get 975 doses. The largest one will get, take 25 away from 6.
5,875.
Yeah, 5,875.
850.
875, whatever that number is. So I'm not going to do public math in front of you, but it's in assortments of 975 doses, pro rata, depending on how big these locations are. That's how it was determined.
Yeah. And it, just as you look at the sites, you'll notice some of the ones are larger, some are smaller. For example, I think the National Guard facilities are going to be somewhat smaller in that uptake, whereas Walter Reed, the San Diego Medical Facility, Fort Hood, Tripler, and those are some of our larger facilities, medical facilities that have a larger presence of that population, so you'll see a larger allocation go to those locations. Let me just finish up with a couple more on the phone and we'll come back into the room. Keith from Al Jazeera. Courtney?
You just called on me.
I didn't have an X next to your name there, so that's my fault. Did Sylvia ever get to ask a question? No? All right, we tried. Lita, did you jump on? Lucas?
Now that the CDC has revised its quarantine rules, is there any decision made about the quarantining of sailors and soldiers before they deploy?
Yeah. So the question is in reference to the recent, it was last week, where CDC revised their guidance about what to do if you've been in close contact with a positive case. Their recommendation under certain circumstances, whether you test or not, their revised guidance is going from a 14-day self-quarantine or self-isolation to 10 days if you don't test. They are comfortable that if you test 48 hours before the 7th day after being notified that you've been in close contact, they are comfortable with you then getting removed, so to speak, from self-isolation. So we're taking that guidance as we've done throughout the last 9 months, and we are now revising our own force health protection.
You're continuing to listen in on the Department of Defense answering questions from the media on COVID-19 vaccine distribution plans. Some of you will see a quick break. For others, we'll continue to listen on NewsNOW from Fox.
Redeployment, like for warship crews, stuff like that?
Yes, correct.
Are you encouraging people who've already had COVID to get the vaccine?
Yes, we are, because what we know more about the virus than we did 9 months ago, but we're still learning more. So our recommendation would be even if you have been previously infected, you might have been infected 8 months ago. We don't know, right? And there's not enough science that says just because you were infected that you have immunity. So we would be recommending even those folks to get vaccinated.
All right, we'll do a quick round here and then.
Can I follow up on one thing? When you were talking about mainly healthcare, but then you said a very, very small group, sort of defined as a national capability. Is that a particular unit? Can you tell us what unit that is?
No, what we were referring to, I think in the prior discussion, was the notion of the secretary, the deputy secretary, the chairman, likely.
So that's what this very other small group
Correct.
is. Thank you.
I think in that first batch, you'll see the retirement homes, the medical community, and a very, a handful, a couple dozens of senior leaders for leadership and messaging purposes. Okay.
The 44,000 number, that could be updated next week, couldn't it, when another vaccine comes up for approval? So this number could be changed. Oh. And also, are you coordinating with the VA on this?
So the VA actually will be, like us, will be getting its own allocation, in proportion to, all other entities that are getting it. And so in terms of the vaccination program itself, there's not really a lot that we need to coordinate with them. They work directly with CDC. On the issue, what was the numbers?
They could be revised in 1 week.
Well, yeah, so the 44,000 is just, that's what they're saying our initial allocation is going to be. We expect that shortly after that, I can't be definitive, is it a week, is it 10 days, we will get a subsequent allocation a little bit larger, and then we'll get that out, and then so on and so forth. And then you've got Moderna coming in, a different vaccine, which will be going through the same process, EUA, ACIP review and recommendations, and as those come forward, we will get those out.
And just, you know, to be clear on this is, this plan is intended to be scalable. So we have a what you could describe as a controlled pilot with these first 16 locations with that initial batch, so that we can, one of the things as General Place mentioned, is having an immunology healthcare specialist on location so that we can ensure that the process is working as we scale up. So make sure that we're tracking the records, make sure that we're tracking any reactions, seeing if there's any improvements to the process as we expand it out. But the intention is that the whole process is scalable, and as we get more additional vaccines, we can go to additional locations or do additional people at these first few locations.
Do you have to repeat the pilot with each EUA for different vaccines? Like when you get Moderna, do you then have to start this pilot all over again?
No, ma'am. The pilot is to measure the process. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you get followed? Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to close out here. I just got a couple things. First off, I appreciate everybody. It's an important issue. We want to get the message out that this is taking place. Workforce needs to understand this. The force needs to understand it. And we want to encourage people about the safety of the vaccine and encourage people on the uptake. So we will continue with that messaging as this rolls out in the next few days. Two quick the COVID related issues. We've been providing updates on the transition, and so I just wanted to read you a couple new numbers from the transition that I received just literally as I walked in here this morning. So as of yesterday evening, we've completed 43 transition interviews. We're averaging about 7 a day. Total officials in those 43 interviews is just under 100. And we have 35 interviews scheduled over the next 3 days. Requests for information that have come in, we've already completed 45 of those, 13 of which are classified. And we've got another 34 that are the lawyers are noodling with before we'll be sending those out the door. Transition books, we've got 43 of the transition binders, so those are each of the team binders and policy binders are complete. 7 of the intel agency ones are complete. We've released 2,200 pages of documents, and 250 pages of classified documents. This week's interviews included the Deputy Secretary, SecAF, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, the Chief of Space Operations, Secretary Army, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the CNO, the Commandant, Chief of the National Guard Bureau, a number of the undersecretaries, PNR, INS, Comptroller, R&E. It goes on and on from there. I think Health Affairs, I don't know if you've had yours interview yet. We've got a couple of the ones that are scheduled. You're scheduled tomorrow. I know I'm scheduled to meet with them on Monday. A particular interest NRO site visit took place on Monday. Met with 10 officials, including the director and deputy. DIA site visit took place on Monday, 16 officials, including the director and deputy. NSA site visit took place yesterday, 11 officials, including the director and deputy. And the NGA site visit took place yesterday, 10 officials, including the director and deputy. So we're going to continue supporting the transition fully and professionally, and we will keep updating you as we go along. I know you guys get emails from Sugoff on a regular basis with some of these updates, and so we'll seek to include more information. And then finally, just take a couple minutes to express sincere condolences to both the family of General Chuck Yeager, an American and Air Force hero. He's a fighter ace, a test pilot who was the first to fly faster than the speed of sound. And he was a legend in the Air Force. And so we lost him this week, I think at the age of 98. And then a little more closer to home here, condolences to the family of Jim Lotz, who passed away this weekend. Jim was a well-regarded member of the Secretary of Air Force's Public Affairs family and was, by all accounts, an exemplary public service and a proud veteran and committed family member. So his family and friends of both individuals are in our thoughts and prayers. All right, thank you, guys.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. You're watching News Now from Fox. You were just tuning in to an update from the Department of Defense on COVID-19 distribution plans. We do want to switch gears here and bring you to another hearing we have going on right now here on News Now from Fox. regarding government officials testifying about the Veterans Affairs handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much for watching. When we return, you will be joining Mike Page over at our Phoenix headquarters. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Cooperation of Senator Tillis. I'm going to recognize Senator Manchin. We're going not by presence, we're going by seniority because of the nature of the senators who are distantly participating.
That was
Senator Manchin.
My mistake, and I want to thank my dear friend from North Carolina. Appreciate you, buddy. Anyway, real quick, Dr. Stone, the VA Asset and Infrastructure Review Act, AIR, something I strenuously opposed, I think you all know that, creates a commission in 2022 to close down VA facilities across the country. I'm very supportive of reducing waste and other efficiencies in the VA system, but I've been against Washington cutting vital health care access to veterans, especially in rural areas like my state of West Virginia, which is entirely rural in Appalachia, and fear that may happen. That's why I introduced a bill with Senator Rounds, also from a very rural state of South Dakota, to eliminate the AIR Act Commission. I'm hearing worrying reports of efforts to accelerate the AIR Act timeline, which is alarming, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that would not be the right time to do it. So my question would be, the pandemic has made it clear the vital role of the medical centers, the VA medical centers, to not only for our veterans, but for national stockpile of emergency supplies and responses, in other words, our national security. Do you all see the harm that might be short-sighted if they would start closing or even going down that pathway?
Senator, I am unaware of any effort to accelerate the AIR Commission, but I do believe that we need a fundamental recapitalization of the VA system. I mentioned previously to Senator Blumenthal that our average age of our facilities is over 50 years. Mm-hmm. We need to be recapitalized, and that includes acknowledging the lessons learned of this pandemic. And the lessons of this pandemic is we are the safety net to this system, and we must acknowledge the fact that rural hospitals in America are not stable, are going out of business at unprecedented rates, and we must be that safety net. Therefore, what I thought was a review looking at where veterans truly were has expanded now to acknowledge the fact that we will need small facilities in remote areas of this country in order to serve a potential future pandemic, as well as to serve America's veterans.
This could be either one of you all could answer this, or both of you answer. Pfizer and Moderna vaccines need to be transported and stored in extremely cold temperatures. I think we're all concerned about how we're going to get them into the most rural areas. Having a state that's entirely rural, my friend from North Carolina, his state is extremely rural in certain areas, and we're thinking that we might not have the facilities to do that and to be able to do that and get the vaccines transported in a safe manner. What precautions and how are you all working with that to make sure that basically when these vaccines are distributed, that we're able to handle those in these rural areas if we don't have the accommodations? So either one, however you, Dr. Stone.
So as I mentioned previously, we've sandboxed the entire process to make sure we can handle them safely. Please remember, Senator, that we are in the midst of our influenza vaccine distribution and have given over 1 million doses of influenza vaccine. So our ability to move these around the system is well tested as part of our pharmacy program. The difficulty here is refrigeration, and that's what I talked about in the -20 and -70 degree freezers. To move these around this morning, before we began here, I had a conversation about our ability to obtain short runway aircraft to go into rural areas, that we could bring small amounts of vaccine in to those rural areas where there's 20, 30, 50, or 100 veterans. I believe we're going to need to have that kind of creativity and innovation in order to deliver this effectively and quickly.
The last question very quickly is internet access. You know, telehealth, all that's been hard to come by in rural areas because we have no internet service. And then also getting reimbursement for travel. That's been a big thing with our veterans in rural areas. Has that been looked into, and how they can basically be able to access that or expedite that as far as access to the travel expenses?
Let me answer the first portion of that. The internet, there is really